The next bill on the calendar for today is House File 1830. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 1830, number 3 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to state government, the second engrossment.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn, to explain House File 1830.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And House File 1830, and I'm also going to address House File 1826 at the same time. 1830 is the finance, 1826 is the policy bill, and then we will be able to move more readily into the next bill when that time comes. But long before my time in the legislature, the stage was set for the budget before us. In 2003, the legislature worked hard to resolve a $4.5 billion deficit. In 2011, the legislature faced another $5 billion deficit. These decisions in 2003 and in 2011, and the unwillingness for compromise in the time of divided government, set the stage for the first and second decades of this century. Decades of disinvestment in state government, disinvestments in services Minnesotans expected and needed. These bills before us today, 1830 and 1826, the state local government elections, finance, and policy bills, merely strive to correct, in part, for the decisions that were made decades ago by individuals, mostly who were not here in this room today. The legislation before us was developed through compromise, shared conversations. It contains bipartisan legislation, and I will continue to work with interested parties through the conference process to make improvements on this legislation. I'd like to thank Lead Nash and all of our committee members, DFL and GOP, for the many conversations that we had during the development of this legislation. What we know is that Minnesotans expect government to work and to meet their needs without delay or interruption. The bills before us fund the offices of our state constitutional officers, the legislature, 30 state agencies, boards, commissions, and councils, including Minnesota Management and Budget, Minnesota IT Services, the Department of Revenue, and the Department of the Administration. These departments are the backbone of state government. There are many good provisions in the bill that will restore our state government after decades of funding neglect. This is important because we all, each of us in this body, wish to serve all Minnesotans. And with that, I would ask that the elections part of this bill be introduced.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Cleavorn, for your efforts to put this bill together. The elections portion of this bill protects our election workers, it makes voting more accessible, and it provides clarity on who is funding our elections. The bill funds the Office of the Secretary of State and the Campaign Finance Board. To describe a couple of the bigger new spending items in the bill, first of all, we heard testimony from the director of the Campaign Finance Board about the desperate straits our public financing system is in. Specifically, he said that our campaign finance system is dying on the vine. More and more candidates are bypassing our public financing system, even though public financing is a surefire way to reduce the influence of special interests in our elections and our campaigns. So this bill will increase the public subsidy statutory appropriation by just under $3 million in fiscal year 2025. We heard from our cities and counties about the need to have a sustainable source of funding for election purposes. This bill sets up a new voting operations, technology, and election resources, or voter fund. It allocates $2.6 million over the biennium to this fund. That is not nearly enough to meet the needs of our cities and counties to administer their elections, but it is a starting point. It includes several other budget provisions, including the state match under the Help America Vote Act and the redistricting litigation fees. It also appropriates HAVA money directly to the Secretary of State. We're the only state that requires legislative appropriation of these funds, and if you recall from previous years, this funding would get held up as leverage in unrelated legislative negotiations, and that put our election security at risk. In terms of policy, there are lots of great bills included in here. We have Representative Agbadje's bill to allow people to have time off from work for early voting the same way we do on Election Day. We have a couple of bills from Representative Bonner clarifying the law on soliciting near polling places and allowing e-signatures on polling place rosters. We have a few bills from Representative Coulter requiring lobbyists to register when they lobby political subdivisions, establishing the voter fund and making technical changes. We have bills from Representative Frederick on trainee election judges, early voting, and a major party definition change to help reduce electoral shenanigans. We have bills from Vice Chair Greenman on intimidating election officials and electioneering reporting. We have Representative Purcell's bill on voting registration lists from post-secondary institutions. Representative Stevenson's ballot order rotation bill is in here. Representative Brand's provision to allow census workers to access apartments the same way as candidates and to clarify the access provisions for candidates in here. Chair Cleavorn's provision prohibiting contributions during the legislative session is in here. The bill includes the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact, which ensures that the election for president is handled the same way as every other election and that the person with more votes gets elected. Finally, the bill includes numerous technical provisions from the Secretary of State and Campaign Finance Board. A lot of effort went into this. I appreciate the work put in by all of our committee members on both sides of the aisle and the lively discussions we had in the Elections Committee. I look forward to debate on the amendments and the bill. Thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Cleavorn moves to amend House File Number 1830, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A36.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn, to explain the A36 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the amendment cleans up two pieces that are very important to the bill. The first portion will remove from the Compensation Council the requirement to set salaries for judges, justices, and the judiciary individuals. The second piece will remove the civil penalties and fines and fees that are also referred to in the bill. Thank you.
Is there any discussion to the A36 amendment? I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chair yield?
Representative Cleavorn will yield. Representative Nash.
Mr. Speaker and Madam Chair, can you tell us what the overall changes to the Compensation Council were, just so the entire body can do that? Because that was something that you introduced in committee, and they may not have understood what the totality of that's going on.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, the major difference in the Compensation Council is currently, many of you know, that the legislature has its salary set by a Compensation Council. What this would do would take the offices of the constitutional officers, the commissioners, and the agency leads, and instead of suggesting and recommending the compensation, they would actually be prescribing the compensation for these individuals.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what that means, members, is effectively that the governor and the other constitutional officers will be setting their own salary. So that's what the overall Compensation Council change means. And while this is cleanup language, I would urge a no vote and would ask for a roll call.
Representative Nash requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the A36 amendment. Is there any further discussion? I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to clarify that the Compensation Council is made up of members who are appointed by the Chief Justice and the Governor, and then wanted to point out how important it is that we do amend this language, because this language, as it currently is unconstitutional. We cannot abdicate our responsibility as legislatures to set the salaries for judges. That's very clear in our Constitution. So we caught it. We're going to fix it, and that's why we need to do this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A36 amendment. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the A36 amendment. Members who wish to vote, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 71 ayes and 59 nays, the motion prevails and the A36 amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Harder moves to amend House File Number 1830, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A13.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Sibley, Representative Harder, to explain the A13 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the amendment A13, and I will request a roll call vote.
Representative Harder requests a roll call vote. I see 15 hands, so there will be a roll call on the A13 amendment. Representative Harder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as we just discussed, the Compensation Council consists of 16 members. 8 of them are non-judges appointed by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. 1 is from each congressional district appointed by the governor. And these people will be setting the salaries. Currently, this is just my opinion, we have healthy salaries, and I state that because I don't think that there's a shortage of people running for these offices. And isn't it interesting that within this bill, that potentially governor-friendly appointees could potentially increase the salary at what we considered an excessive rate? And in my opinion, we need guardrails when we are discussing taxpayer dollars into how that we fund them for elected officials. Elected officials serve a purpose, not necessarily for what the amount of the salary is. So the amendment establishes a ceiling, and it's based upon the rate of inflation, and currently that rate is pretty high, so the increases would be substantial. This is just my opinion. And I think that it is good governance that we be conservative with our people's money, and I would appreciate a green vote. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A13 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Harder, I know that you and I don't always share the same philosophy, but I always appreciate your thoughtfulness in bringing any type of amendment forward. Members, I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment. It's actually in conflict with the criteria which is set up in statute. And I would like to remind the members that the goal is, in any type of compensation, is to attract, retain experienced and competent persons. And that is the type of leadership that we need in our state. And so I ask, please, for a no vote.
Further discussion to the A13 amendment. I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm going to stand a couple of times today to point out some things that need to be fixed. This is one of them. This bill, or this provision, would allow the Compensation Commission to set the governor's salary. The governor appoints half of the Compensation Commission. I think that's probably all I need to say. I don't think any of us think that's probably a good idea to have the governor appointing exactly half of the people that will make the decision on setting his own salary. So we probably should fix that in conference committee, and I'm offering and willing to help do that if you need me. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A13 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Sibley, Representative Harder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Cleavorn, for your comments. Yes, we do differ on a number of things, which is fine. As I have mentioned in committee, we are all individuals, and that's what makes good governance. So as some of you know, I was a county commissioner, and per statute, we have to set our own salaries, which I'm going to tell you that most of the time, or majority of the time, I voted no. And the reason why I voted no is because I provide a service to the people who put me in office, and that's the reason why I'm there. The paycheck is not the important part. It's the people who I serve. And so I stand by that we need to have guardrails on this compensation for elected officials. I would appreciate a yes vote. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the A13 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the A13 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erdl moves to amend House Bill number 1830, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A18.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Meeker, Representative Erdl, to explain the A18 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Tradition and history are important to me. If that's a secret, I guess it's out now. But that said, I do not impugn the beliefs of others and their interpretations of history. But what I'm going to do today is give you a little bit of a history lesson. This is about the Great Seal of the state of Minnesota. The seal is the signature of our state. It was originally adopted in 1858 following statehood. It was designed by Seth Eastman for the territorial government and modified by our first governor, Democrat Henry Hastings Sibley. In 1861, the design was approved by the legislature. The seal is a symbol. It represents important aspects of Minnesota history and culture. A Native American rides on horseback in the background. This symbolizes our Native American heritage. A sun on the western horizon is a sunset. The straight horizon line reflects the plains covering much of Minnesota. The Native American is on horseback riding toward the south. The native's horse and spear and the pioneer's axe, rifle, and plow represent tools of daily life at that time. The only interaction between the figures is one observing the other. The tools used by the Native American and the farmer represent the tools used for labor and hunting, while the stump symbolizes the taming of the land and the importance of the lumber industry in Minnesota in 1858. The Mississippi River and St. Anthony Falls are depicted in the revised seal to note the importance of these resources in transportation, industry, and the settling of Minnesota. The furrowing of the ground by the plow represents the submission of the land to the pioneer. The plow also symbolizes the importance of agriculture to Minnesota and its future. The waterfalls were not in the original state seal, but added later. Beyond the falls and the current seal are 3 pine trees representing the state tree and the 3 pine regions of the state, the St. Croix, the Mississippi, and Lake Superior. Now, there have been changes to the seal over the years. The state motto, adding the falls, but they were minor and true to history. History is not the dead past. It is alive within us. If we lose the past, we lose our future. The current seal has a lot to it. That said, it is amazing that it can say so much in so few symbols. Depictions and interpretations can change over time, and they certainly have now. Depictions such as that by Sarah Eastman, who may be referenced by another speaker, I do not feel are relevant today. There have been criticisms of our present seal and a desire to eliminate it that I believe are unwarranted depictions of the intent. Let me give just a couple of examples. Here is one criticism. The male Indian is regarding the white male farmer with his braid flowing much like a flag behind him, meaning he is moving away from the scene and into history, into legend, into extinction, and away from the land which is already being farmed into production. Now, I think that's a stretch of a vivid imagination. I think the critic of this is reading things into it that simply aren't there. Another criticism: the white male farmer is so ready to kill Indians or others who threatened him and his family that his rifle and powder horn are nearby. It's 1861. There have never, at this point, been shots fired between whites and Indians in Minnesota. The gun was for supper. Remember, most of the assumptions made about Indians imply the result of a war. The war had not been fought when this seal was designed. Our flag was not designed until 1893, but blue flags with the state symbol on them had been carried by Minnesota troops and regiments throughout the Civil War and beyond. Men gave their lives fighting for the Union and to end slavery under the seal of the state of Minnesota. Civil War veterans and their descendants marched up the street to this building in 1905, carrying flags with the state seal emblem to display them in perpetuity. Respect our history. Respect the memory of those native and new settlers. May our children, may those in the future learn and remember what we were and what we can be through the seal of the great state of Minnesota. I do understand how others may feel and think about this. I respect that. It's just not the way that I see it in my current perspective of history. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A18 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to encourage members to vote no on this amendment. This amendment would completely remove the provisions related to the State Emblems Redesign Commission. And that commission would perform the important task of redesigning our state seal and our state flag. And why redesign the seal and the flag? There are two main issues. The first issue is probably less important, but it is important to acknowledge it in the context of the flag in particular. It's an aesthetic issue. The flag consists of the state seal slapped on a blue background. 20 states have flags that are virtually identical to it in this regard and that are indistinguishable from each other when viewed from a distance. The North American Vexillological Association has 5 principles for good flag design. Keep it simple, use meaningful symbolism, use 2 or 3 basic colors, don't use lettering or seals, and be distinctive or related. The Minnesota flag fails each of these principles. Now, the second issue is the harder one to talk about, but it is really important that we do, in fact, talk about it. And it deals with the imagery of the seal itself. Now, Representative Erdahl described Seth Eastman's design of the seal, so I won't repeat the elements that are actually on the seal. As Representative Erdahl said, Seth Eastman's wife wrote a poem that describes the intent of their drawing of the seal. Now, Representative Erdahl described this poem as not relevant to this debate, but I have received materials from the Legislative Reference Library that tie this poem directly to Seth Eastman's intent in designing the seal. So it is directly relevant to this debate. And it is not a stretch to call that intent genocidal toward Native Americans. I don't enjoy reading the poem, but it is important to do to ground us in the issues facing both the flag and the seal. So I will read you an excerpt of this poem, and again, this is not pleasant for me to read, but I do think we need to face this point blank. So the poem reads in relevant part that I want to quote here. The red man's course is onward. We claim his noble heritage, and Minnesota's land must pass with all its untold wealth to the white man's grasping hand. As I said, it is not a stretch to call this language genocidal, and that was the intent of the designers of the seal in putting it together. Our former colleague, State Representative Jeremy Munson, is not somebody I typically agree with about almost anything, but he stated about the design, of all the things that the left deems racist, our state seal and flag do earn that title, and they do indeed. To Representative Erdahl's comments, flags and seals change all the time. Our flag and seal have changed. States like Mississippi and Utah recently changed their flag. Our current flag and seal can be preserved historically, with adequate commentary on it, but they do not need to and they should not remain in place on flagpoles and official documents. Our flag and seal are not worth keeping. They do not speak to the newer generation of Minnesotans, and I encourage members to vote no on this amendment.
Further discussion to the A18 amendment. I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Freiberg would yield for a question.
Representative Freiberg will yield to a question. Representative Dowd.
Thank you. Representative Freiberg, and I'm trying to scour through the bill here to find how this works, and I see the commission. Is there, once that commission gives its report to the legislature and the governor, is it up to the legislature to adopt a new flag, or what is the process? Does it require a vote of the public or a vote of the legislature to adopt a new flag once that report comes back?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question, Representative Dowd. There is another amendment dealing with this. I was going to discuss the process a little bit in the discussion of that amendment, but I'm happy to discuss it now. The commission is required to come out with new designs as of January 1st of 2024. Those designs will become effective on May 11th, 2024, which is statehood today. That does mean that the legislature will be in session through most of that period, after which the designs have become public. I have immense faith in the members of the task force. They were picked very deliberately to represent a wide cross-section of Minnesotans as well as people with experience in flag design, and I'm confident that they will come out with a design that we can all be proud of. However, in the event there is a problem with it, the legislature will still have the opportunity to revisit it and come up with a new design. But as I said, I do not expect that to happen.
Representative Dowd.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Freiberg. If you were paying attention there, and this is the second time I'm going to stand today and point out a problem in the bill. This does not require legislative approval or a vote by anyone in the public to adopt this flag. That is wrong. We have no idea what this group of people is going to come up with. They haven't even been appointed yet. That's what we do here, folks. We are the legislature. If we're going to change the state flag, the legislature should make that change. So just another serious problem with this bill is that this does not require a vote by the legislature or a vote by the public to change the state's flag. So just let that sink in. It's a big deal. And it shouldn't happen by a group of people that doesn't have oversight by the legislature. So we haven't seen the product. We won't see the product until 2024. And then it will just happen. It will just become the new state flag without legislative approval. That is wrong, and we should not do that. So just pointing that out, that's a problem in this bill that needs to be fixed.
Further discussion to the A18 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I think that Representative Dowd raised some good points of concern with this, but let me say that I certainly appreciate and respect the remarks of Representative Freiberg. My contention is that interpretations and opinions change over time. The Eastman poem was written before Minnesota was even a state. And again, the way we look at, I think, our relations with all Minnesotans has evolved since that time. And again, the tradition in me urges us to keep our current symbol and flag. So thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of adopting the A18 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail, and the A18 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Harder moves to amend House Bill number 1830, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A19.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Sibley, Representative Harder, to explain the A19 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the A19, and I request a roll call, please.
Representative Harder requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the A19 amendment. Representative Harder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Erdahl, for your history lesson on our flag and seal. I appreciate that. The history on flags for me, growing up in high school, as most of us heard about it, came from another state, so I appreciate that very much. Our state seal has very two important cultures that are important to me, and that is our Native Americans and agriculture. Those two run deep within our state, and we need to keep them in mind when we change anything. My family has been in this state for many generations. Farming, agriculture runs deep. And so that is very important to me. The same way with Native Americans, they are very important to me. When I lived on a reservation, they accepted me, and I had many friends that are Native American, and I appreciate all that I learned from their culture. The state flag and our seal, it's a big deal for our state. It represents who we are, and it keeps us united. We recognize emblems and seals from all sorts of businesses around the state. The one that generally comes to mind for me is 3M. It's a Minnesota company. We all recognize what that is. It's a big deal. This change, which may be called for, this is everybody's perspective, but I want to tell you that we should all have a say on that final, on what that is. It shows buy-in, and it shows that we are united in changing what is important to our state, which is the flag and the seal. So the commissioners that are appointed per this legislation, they're unelected. And from what I read is that they will have the final say. Does this bring unity when 16 people are the ones that decide what the change should be? And each person can decide whether or not that changing the seal and the state flag right now is a priority. We have a lot of things going on in this state that need attention. And based upon what I have found, it's going to be nearly $5 million to change this. And sometimes I wonder, is this really a priority of the state? We have so many needs going on in our state. I think of our nursing homes, they could use the $5 million. So with my amendment, I have 3 requests. Well, there are 3 requests, there are more, but I'm just going to notice here that the voters need to have a say on this through a referendum on our state general election. I mean, this would show that we are united, that we care about the people in the state, and we want them to have a say. I think that's important. Oftentimes things pass in our legislature, and I wonder, well, where's my vote? Where do I get a say on changes? And I think this would be good governance to allow the people of Minnesota to have their say. The changes for these members, I take that back. So in the legislation, there are legislators who are on this commission. And per my amendment, it would change them from a non-voting to voting. I think that's important for this body. And the other thing is that we need to be open with the people of Minnesota, and all the work on this redesign needs to be on a public website that everybody can see what is happening with this commission. So members, I would appreciate support for this amendment. Please vote green.
Further discussion to the A19 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage members to vote no on this amendment. Representative Harder, I completely agree with you that the flag represents who we are, and that to me is why it's so important that we change the design of the flag and the seal. In Minnesota, we don't adopt policy by statewide referendum, except in the case of constitutional amendments, and I'm not entirely sure how this amendment would work or how it would be placed on the ballot. I imagine this particular question would be somewhat confusing to voters because it just references the commission without any explanation of what the commission recommended. And there's no need for the referendum. As I mentioned, this bill puts together a task force of experts in place to make the decision on a new flag and seal. We should respect their decision-making. And to respond to Representative Doubt's comments from the earlier amendment, we do designate administrative agencies with the power to make decisions that have the force of law. And to the extent we can depoliticize this process about our state flag and our state seal, I think that's a good thing. And as I mentioned during the debate on the last amendment, the legislature still has the authority to override the decision if they come up with something that we don't think is a problem. As I said, I don't think that will happen, but the option is still there. So with those comments, I will encourage members to vote no on this amendment.
Further discussion to the A19 amendment. I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Erdahl gave a very passionate and really telling story. This is a lot about our culture. We should have more than just a handful of people deciding what's going to change as the representation of our state, and in part, a representation of our culture. So, Representative Harder, thanks for thinking through this. Thanks for actually saying, let's put it to the voters. We do a lot of things where we put it to the voters, and I think that the number of people who would maybe feel differently about how you have your commission design the flag, they would like to make their voice heard. And I think that they would be surprised that the legislature wouldn't be approving the flag design anyway. It seems like it's just disapproving of it, but we should actually have an affirmative vote of it. But in absence of that, I like Representative Harder's amendment. Thank you for bringing it, and I encourage a green vote.
Further discussion to the A19 amendment. I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to rise to make the point that it seems odd that we would try to depoliticize a political symbol. It seems odd that we would say on the one hand that the flag represents us all and then appoint a panel of experts and say we should trust them to decide what shall represent us. You can't have it both ways. The flag is either a symbol of the people, which if they cannot select on their own through referendum, at least their elected representatives can have some direct say in what that symbol ultimately looks like, or it doesn't belong to them. And that's very much what it sounds like. It sounds like the representation, the symbology of this state is being taken out of the hands of the people on purpose in order to reframe it in a political activist mold. And that is wrong.
Further discussion to the A19 amendment. I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. This is an important issue. If you want something, to your point, Representative Freiberg, if you want something to be inclusive, it should be inclusive. I'll note that there actually are some members of the legislature that are on this, but they're ex officio non-voting members on this commission. The legislature will have no say, and the, you know, I mean, I can go through the people who will be on this commission. 3 members appointed by the governor, 3 members of the public appointed by the governor, 1 member appointed by the Council for Minnesotans of African Heritage, 1 member appointed by the Council for Latino Affairs, 1 member appointed by the Council on Asian Pacific Minnesotans, 1 member representing the Dakota community, and another member representing the Ojibwe community, both appointed by the Executive Board of the Indian Affairs Council. The Secretary of State would be on this board, the Executive Director of the Historical Society, the Chair of the Capital Area Architectural Planning Board, the Chair of the Minnesota Arts Board, the Executive Director of Explore Minnesota. And then there's some ex officio legislators on the board. And that group is going to decide the next state flag. That's not appropriate. And if you want something that, I'm just trying to save you from stepping on a landmine. I'm not trying to politicize this, but it will become very political if you exclude the legislature and you exclude the public from the process. I visited Kenya some years ago, and I remember while I was there, they had just, they had this committee that went and created a new constitution for the country. And they didn't really realize who had been appointed to the committee and what their leanings were, and they came back with a constitution, and the whole country just kind of blew up over it. The way to go through things like this is open, inclusive, you know, including the public, including the legislature, and the legislature needs to have the final say. That's why you all have an election certificate. That's what we're here to do. So this is one area of the bill that will need to be fixed in conference committee, and I assure you that this will become a big political issue, not now, but 3 years from now, 2 years from now, whenever this commission comes back with its findings. This shouldn't be a process that is political in any way, shape, or form, but when you've got political appointees serving on this commission and no say by the legislature whatsoever. And this is, don't be fooled, the legislature will have no say in this process. You want to be an ex officio member of the committee, you can just go sit and listen to the committee. That's the same level of input that the members who will be appointed from the legislature will have on this commission. So this is one, before this bill gets signed into law, this is something that'll need to be fixed in conference committee. This is going to be a huge problem moving forward.
Further discussion to the A19 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Sibley, Representative Harder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments regarding the seal. I'm going to say it again. This change in our seal and our flag is a big deal. It's a big deal to me. It's a big deal to people of my district. And it's probably a big deal to everyone that lives in this state because it's going to reflect who we are. And when you read the bill, I do have questions about it that maybe will need to be checked out in conference. But it talks about that the designs must accurately and respectfully reflect Minnesota's shared history, resources, and diverse cultural communities. Symbols, emblems, or likeness that represent only a single community or person, regardless of whether real or stylized, may not be included in the design. So that's why I had the question about, and hopefully it can be ironed out in conference, and that has to do, what do you mean by represent only one single community? We have two major groups on our flag and seal now. What will happen to them, to us? I'm just very concerned about the direction of this and that there is no say on the final design from us here in the legislature or by the people of this great state through a referendum. And it's really not that hard to put it on the ballot. You state what it is, and at the end you say, if you vote yes, this is what happens. If you vote no, this is what will happen. It's not difficult. And sure, it takes money to do that. I'm okay with that because everybody in this state needs to have their voice heard, and they should have a say in what happens with our state flag and seal. So members, I will reinstate that I would appreciate, and I hope that you will take this amendment and vote green. Thank you.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A19 amendment. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the A19 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Selesnik Carr moves to amend House Bill number 1830, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A23.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from St. Louis, Representative Selesnik Carr, to explain the A23 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support for the A23 amendment, and I would ask for a roll call.
Representative Selesnik Carr requests a roll call vote. I see 15 hands, so there will be a roll call vote on the A23 amendment. Representative Selesnik Carr.
This amendment speaks to section 51 that is under the policy section, and it states it establishes a legislative task force on aging to review and develop state resources for an aging demographic, prioritize support for those populations to remain in their communities, and ensure inclusivity in all aging-related state programs. So what this amendment is talking about is we're going to have a new task force in Minnesota, and this requires the legislative task force on aging responsibilities to include reporting to the legislative body on closures of nursing homes and provide recommendations on how to best adequately assure nursing home rates are able to maintain a stable nursing home system. We know that the nursing homes right now are not part of the One Minnesota, and while I appreciate that the veterans homes, we did the veterans bill today, are going to have funding, and we're going to be increasing support for veterans nursing homes. We have 300 Minnesota nursing homes that we expect to see closures. We had closures last year. We have a few that are already slated to close. And I think the public needs to know the State of the Union for our Minnesota nursing homes, since they are the step down to the hospital, the model that we built in Minnesota that has nurses 24 hours a day. And while the assisted living, and I've let Representative Knorr know I appreciate the funding for assisted living, but that model has not been built predominantly with 24-hour nursing. Nurses, when I say nursing, there's a big difference. There's 24-hour staff in assisted living, but predominantly the 1,700 assisted livings do not have 24-hour nurses. So I think it's important and imperative that the legislative body gets an update from this task force on the slate of closures for Minnesota nursing homes so our communities can plan, prepare, and serve the people that built this state, veterans who can't be in the veterans home because of logistics of travel, and that we know how we're going to best serve and plan for the state of Minnesota. I encourage members to vote yes on this critical piece for seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the A23 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really excited to see that there is support for this particular piece of legislation which will look at services regarding health and all housing, not just nursing homes. It is very important, as the representative stated earlier, that we do look at what's available in a comprehensive and holistic way for our citizens as they go into their golden and twilight years. I would ask members at this time to vote no for the amendment because it's actually redundant. The work that is being requested would already be included, and a report is also to be included. So there is no need for this additional amendment, but I would also ask that any member of this body who would be interested on serving on this task force to please make it known to leadership. It is an important and critical issue, and I would like to have more voices. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A23 amendment. I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would the chair yield?
She will yield, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Chair, your duties begin on line 56.9 and drop down to, I think, well past page or 56.28. Can you show us in there where the duplicativeness of this is? Because I want to make sure that we're including what Representative Zalesnikar has brought, and I just didn't read that in the language that you have in the bill. So I think that having not seen it, it would be great if we could engross this, because then we could be doubly sure here today on the floor to make sure that we're actually doing something that's very, very important for our state.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and just for transparency, this is my bill, House File 979, and it was built through a coalition of individuals who are serving seniors. And the language in the bill that you were referring to You would see on line 56.21, it refers to review of housing options, land use, transportation, social services, and health systems. It is required that these items be looked into and that a report be provided. It is a very critical issue, and we need to make sure that we have safe, secure, stable housing for all seniors. Thank you.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Madam Chair, I think that there's just a little more detail that is in Representative Zalesnikar's amendment that really I don't see on line 56.21. You do have housing options, but in her amendment on lines 1.4 and beyond, it says that there is also a report that would be generated on the closure of nursing homes and the recommended policies that are adequate on nursing home rates. That's not in your bill. And I just think it would be great to be able to show again the bipartisanship that you and I sometimes enjoy and to put that in the bill, because if it's truly something that's included, we oftentimes talk about belts and suspenders here on the floor, that it would be great to put it in to make sure that we are indeed covering something that Representative Zalesnikar has tremendous amount of professional experience in doing. So I would really ask that you do take this, because I don't think that it's going to dilute your bill, and it adds some strength to the language, because clearly the language and the words in her amendment are not included in the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the A23 amendment. I recognize the member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Representative Zalesnikar for bringing this important issue forward. This issue has been one that we have been trying to highlight since virtually the beginning of this session. We formed a subcommittee called the Care Crisis Subcommittee to really push this issue in from the background in a way that we thought might get some attention from the DFL in a way that would not raise this to a political platform. Those efforts have failed, frankly. Every step of the way, the DFL has decided to ignore this very important problem. We have nursing homes that are closing. These nursing homes are critical to our small communities in greater Minnesota. They are community facility. People that go there because they need the care, but also because they are surrounded by people that they know and have known for their entire lives. And when families come to visit, those families are there to visit one particular individual, but they also know many other individuals within these facilities and lend them support. I don't know how many times we have to bring this forward, but we will continue to bring this forward every chance we get, because we are not addressing this critically important problem of how we care for the elderly in the nursing homes of this state that are the only facilities besides our hospitals that can supply the 24-hour-a-day, 365-day-a-year care that these individuals require. It's embarrassing, frankly, that we, with a huge deficit, are ignoring this problem every time we turn around. Here's another opportunity for the DFL to recognize that we have an important issue before us that needs attention, and instead you're pushing it off again. Members, please vote green on the Zalesnikar amendment.
Any further discussion to the A23 amendment? I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I just want you to be aware that everyone in this body, there's not a person in this body that doesn't have an aging relative, a loved one, someone that we have seen through their lifetime. We all have those people. And the implication that we are not caring or loving is just not accurate. If you look at the bill, and the reason the language in the amendment is extremely prescriptive, very narrowly focused. We must look at aging in Minnesota in a broad lens. And you will see that in the language of the bill, it says on line 5615, Define and support quality of care and life improvements in long-term care and home care. Sustain neighborhoods and communities for aging populations. Look at the current plans to improve health and support services. It goes on and on. It is much broader, much deeper, and much more rigorous delving into the healthcare systems that we have for our seniors. Members, you can feel confident voting no against this amendment because the underlying bill, the bill itself, will do much more than this amendment will do going forward. Thank you, and I encourage a no vote on the amendment.
Further discussion of the A23 amendment. I recognize the member from St. Louis, the author of the amendment, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members and Representative Cleavorn, I appreciate that we're all interested in caring for seniors, but when I look at the detail of the language of this bill, it is not specifically, housing is not the same as a Minnesota nursing home. And so we need to make sure we give specific direction. When we talk about being redundant, to your question, members, this is not redundant. This is as clear as pigs in a mud. This is not redundant. This is putting seniors in Minnesota at critical risk when we have the largest aging population. Let me remind everybody, we're going to have 20% of our people that are aging called the baby boomers. And they're not all going to be at home or in assisted living or independent living. So I am very confused and puzzled why members of this body, the very body that sets the funding for the state of Minnesota to fund nursing homes for medical assistance, creates rate equalization in nursing homes, the whole method of how we're paid in medical assistance and private pay for nursing homes, and the very body that regulates how we audit to do value-based reimbursement in nursing homes, which, by the way, we're like 18 to 24 months behind. How is it that we're not going to report to the citizens of Minnesota when we survey nursing homes? We audit nursing homes and cost reports. We don't do that in housing. This is a Minnesota nursing home. The step down that we decided as the state of Minnesota years before I was born, that we were going to care for the frailest, most acute care seniors. So if it's not redundant, I don't see a big issue on why we would not have a report back on expected closures. It is short-sighted thinking. We have a responsibility to the public, to the seniors, to all of you who are likely going to have many birthdays and likely need this. We need to know what the State of the Union. And I would ask Representative, I'd ask you, Mr. Speaker, if Representative Cleavorn would yield to a question.
Representative Cleavorn will yield to a question. Representative Zalesnikar.
My question is, what do you expect the cost of something like this to be? I mean, an appropriation to, we have a task force that's going to be reporting on housing options, health systems. The very intent of this is to protect the most vulnerable adults. And if they're not going to take care of the most vulnerable adults, I wonder what we're doing here, folks. This is not just words on paper. We have critical people at risk, so I would like you to speak to the body on your expected cost of an appropriation of a bill to bring a report back to the very body that is responsible for the budget for Minnesota on this important thing regarding nursing homes. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, if you look on the change item spreadsheet that was provided by House Fiscal, on line 13, you will see that the cost of this legislative task force on aging is $252,000. And I'm looking forward to the great report that they'll be putting forward to let us know exactly the health and condition of Minnesota for our aging Minnesotans. Thank you.
Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, members, we've heard. We are listening to bills in many times where we don't have actuary reports done that we're passing. And yet, a small amendment that should be bipartisan, that will affect every one of you in your districts. We're not willing to say we want to have simple words in a bill that say the legislative task force aging responsibilities will include reporting closures of nursing homes and provide recommendations on an adequate nursing home rate stabilization plan as we move forward, knowing we're going to have a very large acute care population. Once they close, and we already know they are because we're all getting emails. So you can put your heads down right now, but I'll guarantee you the aging people aren't going to forget how you vote. Members, I urge you to vote yes, and we have a roll call. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A23 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the A23 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
West moves to amend House Bill number 1830, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A42.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Minoka, Representative West, to explain the A42 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In this bill right now, there's a provision that spends $317,000 to MMB, Minnesota Management and Budget. So $317,000 to government to pursue nonprofits to get money from government. So we're spending money to solicit other people to get money from government. It really, on its face, it doesn't make sense. But really, it's our job to do this work. Yes, the bonding process can be very confusing, but with a couple Googles, you can be on the MMB website and walk through how to do it. I've had a lot of different groups approach me to ask me, well, how can we get money from the state? And it's almost always, well, here's what the bonding process is. And that's our job as legislators to explain it to people who don't know, people who might want to pursue it. We might not get paid as much as y'all would like, but this is public service. So this takes up a sizable part of what we are supposed to do as legislators, which is to serve our constituents. And if our constituents need something, they should know they should come to us, and we'll help them work through it. There's no reason government should be paying to get people to ask government for money. And right now, Minnesota Management and Budget will help you with the budget process. So if you have a group that's having an issue, they will help figure it out so that group can apply for money. Because if you're going to get money through bonding, you have to go through MMB. And a big issue is this, it specifically lists nonprofits. They're going to go after nonprofits to solicit government for more money. But we've had massive fraud concerns with nonprofits in the very recent history. Just Feeding Our Future is $250 million right there, and that keeps climbing with dozens of people indicted. We have the report from the legislative auditor that tells us we have serious concerns with how the state is allocating grant money to nonprofits. So to spend $317,000 taxpayer dollars for government to go show people how to ask money from government is ridiculous. It's our job to educate those people. It's our job to allocate that money. We don't need to be paying somebody $317,000 to do our job. That's why we're here. So members, this should be a bipartisan amendment because it really doesn't make sense. Let's do our jobs rather than paying somebody $317,000 to do our jobs for us.
Further discussion to the A42 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I respectfully ask all of you to vote no on the amendment. And so this provision is similar, is my provision that I have been carrying over the last few biennium. It's similar to a request from the administration on improving the capacity of MMB to be able to work with communities and nonprofits. And so specifically to the language in the bill, targeting specifically to nonprofits, we understand that there are a lot of requests and there are a lot of needs across the state, especially for our Black, brown, indigenous communities that have not traditionally received state bonding dollars from the legislature. And so members, what this funding is going to do is to provide access, not just to nonprofits like in the language, but similar to the request from the governor is for communities across the state that do not traditionally come through the budgeting process. And when you're talking about the funding in place, I want to let all of you know that many of our communities across the state are spending their own dollars to hire outside help to help them navigate the process. And so I think that it is a better use of state funding if we provide additional staffing over at MMB so that they could actually work with MMB to understand the process before they come to the legislature and ask for financial help. So members, I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the A42 amendment? I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The one thing I will mention on Chair Lee's comments is a lot of these communities are paying to get this work done, but primarily they're paying for lobbyists. And I'm fairly certain this $317,000 isn't going to lobby the legislature. It's to help them with the mechanics of getting it through. But we also do that already. And the last point before we go to a vote, bonding bills are typically just under $2 billion in my experience of the legislature. But we get $5 to $8 billion of requests, an enormous amount of requests, far more than we could possibly fund. So why would we spend $317,000 to get even more requests that probably aren't even going to be funded in the first place? Because if they need this much help to get their project submitted, well, there's a good chance that project isn't even ready. So you're going to get people's hopes up for no reason. And I know everybody here pretty much has a bonding proposal in. And this will even make it more competitive and less likely that all of us here will get our bonding projects funded in our communities. And I'd like to request a roll call, Mr. Chair.
Representative West has requested a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the A42 amendment. Representative West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vote green, members.
The clerk will take the roll on the A42 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the A42 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franson moves to amend House File Number 1830, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A24.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Douglas, Representative Franson, to explain the A24 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A24 amendment makes the discretionary penalties for misuse of grant funds mandatory in section 16B.97. It clarifies that debarment should be permanent and increases the length of suspension from 3 years to 10 years. Members, I don't think I need to belabor the point, but we have had massive fraud in this state government. We have a fraud problem. We have seen it for years and years and years in our healthcare program, in childcare funding, and most recently, the egregious feeding our future. I keep wanting to say fraud, but we basically did feed a lot of fraud in feeding our future. And so I am glad that finally my friends on the other side of the aisle are taking fraud seriously. So here with this amendment, we are saying the basis for suspensions or debarment from receiving state grants are serious offenses. I think we can all agree. If you are frauding the government, you are frauding taxpayer dollars, that is a serious, serious crime. They include conviction under state or federal law for bid rigging, embezzlement, theft, forgery, bribery, and falsification or destruction of records. The penalties should be tough, clear, and consistently applied. Members, this amendment ensures that happens. So I would appreciate your green vote. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A24 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would just want to say that this amendment is not actually workable. It references Minnesota rules, and in the rules that it references, it does not permit what this amendment would allow to do. So they're just not in agreement with each other. I would ask for a no vote.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd request a roll call.
Representative Franzen requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Representative Franzen. The clerk will take the roll on the A24 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the A24 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franzen moves to amend House File Number 1830. The second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A25.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Douglas, Representative Franzen, to explain the A25 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So the A25 amendment, very simple amendment here. The amendment is about protecting taxpayers and ensuring trust in our democracy. This session, we have heard a lot of talk about protecting and ensuring trust in our democracy. So this is an amendment for you all. The underlying bill requires an agency that's giving out a grant of more than $25,000 to report on the nature and effectiveness of the grant. The amendment will ensure that the agency also reports on whether they did a background check before giving out taxpayer money. I think we all should agree that it is important to make sure that when taxpayer dollars are given out, they are going to people who deserve the taxpayer money. This must include an evaluation of conflicts of interest and any past criminal behavior that calls into question the grantee's ability to competently and honestly manage taxpayer funds. I know with the Feeding Our Future, I bet we were all very embarrassed that we allowed hundreds of millions of dollars to flow out of this building into the coffers of criminals. It was embarrassing. And we certainly do not need any more Fox 9 News exposés of more grant dollars being taken advantage of. So I hope you can support this simple amendment to protect taxpayers, protect the integrity of the work we do, and I request a roll call. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Franson requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Further discussion to the A25 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to say to Representative Franson, thank you for bringing this forward. I agree that we do not want to have any type of fraud in our state. No one in this body wants any money wasted or abused or misappropriated. Unfortunately, I find that the amendment in and of itself is unworkable and that it doesn't really define some of the terms that would be necessary when doing this background work. And further, I believe that the bill as brought forward, House File 1830, has much more significant provisions in there to prevent any type of, or to help prevent any type of waste, fraud, and abuse. And also, I would like to call out that there are also whistleblower protections in the bill as it's described. So if there were potential conflicts of interest, I would hope that those whistleblower protections would encourage people to please speak up and speak loudly. I do not believe that the amendment is workable as it's currently written, and I'll ask for a no vote.
Further discussion to the A25 amendment. I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Franson, thank you for offering these amendments to protect taxpayers of Minnesota from more and more fraud. We have a bill in front of us, and it's unfortunate that the Democrats are not taking these amendments, but instead Democrats are raising taxes to pay for $17,000 a month rent for the governor, while also failing to fund nursing homes and failing to end the tax on Social Security incomes. So Representative Franson, thank you for watching out for the taxpayers, and it's unfortunate that Democrats are raising taxes in this bill that increases the rate of government growth by over 40%, and they need to raise taxes for that. Yesterday, they unveiled the tax bill, claiming $3 billion in tax reform, but in fact, it's a bait and switch. Here we have a bill that's growing government, and Democrats are failing to raise taxes. I appreciate you watching out for the taxpayers of Minnesota. You're getting a little nervous over there because Democrats are raising taxes. He's going to maybe call me out of order, but this amendment that fights fraud is protecting taxpayers. And if you accepted this amendment and watched out for fraud, maybe you wouldn't have to raise taxes so much.
Further discussion to the A25 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Koznick. You summed up it very clearly. If we took care of the taxpayer dollars, Democrats in this body would not have to grow government by over 40%. The amendment is simple. I honestly do not know why it is unworkable. Perhaps members haven't read the amendment. We're asking for on lines 1.5 of the A25 amendment an evaluation of, and then we go on to say 1.6, any potential conflicts of interest between an employee, contractor, officer of a grantee and any member of the legislature, constitutional officer or employee or officer of a state agency, and any past criminal or civil behavior engaged in by the grantee that could call into question the grantee's ability to competently and honestly manage taxpayer funds. It is a simple amendment, members, protecting taxpayer dollars. I request a yes vote. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the A25 amendment. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the 825 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Bliss moves to amend House Bill number 1830, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A27.
I recognize the member from Beltrami, the author of the amendment, Representative Bliss, to explain the A27 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the omnibus elections bill, there was a provision prior to this bill. If you reached 5% on an election, the previous election, you were considered a major party, and you would be automatically included on the next election bill. Or, I'm sorry, in the election ballot. The first version of this bill, it brought it to 10% to get federal funding, or matching funding, I'm sorry, the public funding for the elections, and 10% to be included on the bill, on the ballot. They've since brought it down to 10% for major party status to get public funding, and then you can get signatures for 5% of the voting population in your district to be included on the ballot. This provision here, and I understand the reason why, I think, sometimes people will get on a ballot and there might not be a truly representative of the party that they're claiming to be. And I understand that can be a problem in elections. What my amendment does is it says that in order to be on the ballot, you can either get the 5% of signatures or be nominated through a nomination process through your party at a convention, and it's laid out here in the rules. I think that's fair. I think I don't want to see minor parties being left out of the party just because they don't have enough signatures on a ballot. I think the more voices we get into the election, the better. So I'd really like to see, maybe you'll take this as a friendly amendment, but I'd like to at least bring up the discussion. Thank you.
Discussion to the 827 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Representative Bliss. I do think this is an interesting amendment, and I'm open to finding ways to work on this issue, but I'm going to encourage members to vote no. This language is new and has not been vetted. Now, Minnesota has always drawn a distinction between party endorsements, which are internal processes of private organizations, and primaries, which are an opportunity for any eligible member of the public to weigh in on their choice of nominee. This provision in your amendment, Representative Bliss, would for the first time allow minor party candidates to avoid the will of voters and advance directly to a general election. The amendment would leave all convention requirements, which are not currently specified in law, to the parties to decide. Current law is inadequate to ensure parties have bona fide conventions, that they maintain a state central and executive committee, and file their constitution with the Secretary of State. There's no guarantee that the minor parties have sufficient infrastructure to hold bona fide conventions. I mean, there's no guarantee it wouldn't just be four folks in a coffee shop, or that these conventions would satisfy the demonstration that's in the petition requirements that they have a modicum of public support. So happy to keep working on this, but in the meantime, I'm going to ask members to vote no.
Further discussion to the 827 amendment. I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be very brief in this, but Representative Freiberg on the other side of the aisle has just presented multiple inconsistencies with what is the custom and usage of this body. Just yesterday, we heard an amendment to a bill that was adopted that hadn't had a hearing, hadn't taken public input, and was throwing up the table surrounding the management of wolves in this state. And here we are, and that amendment was adopted, if you all remember. It was just yesterday afternoon. Now, we're saying the complete opposite. So which is it? Which is it? Moments ago, Representative Freiberg mentioned in the debate over the flag, he said it was a recommendation, but the recommendation is actually a decision. Let's be consistent, let's be truthful, let's stop spreading misinformation to the people of Minnesota.
Further discussion to the A27 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Beltrami, Representative Bliss.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Freiberg. I understand where this vote's going, and I appreciate the conversation. I would hope that maybe next year, since next year is a policy year, we can sit down and work on this together. I'd really look forward to working with you on it, and I do appreciate a yes vote. Thank you.
All those in favor of adopting the 827 amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail, and the 827 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Altendorf moves to amend House Bill number 1830, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A29.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf, to explain the A29 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. Today I am rising. I was surprised to see in this bill that we are repealing some simple language that in caucuses before was eligible voters were able to be in caucuses. We were repealing that, and so this amendment goes back to what I believe the Minnesota voters expect us to do, to provide transparency, to provide confidence in our elections, to keep with the integrity of our elections, that we want to keep caucuses so that it is simply eligible voters who are participating in the caucus process.
Discussion to the 829 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Representative Altendorf, for the amendment. I'm going to ask members to vote against this amendment. The 8th Circuit recently ruled that the criminal penalties associated with voting in an election do not apply to caucus participation. There are no penalties now for violating the statute because of the decision. I have a copy here if you'd like to take a look at it. So parties are enabled to, parties can expand caucus participation. So the court found that caucuses and party endorsements are substantially different from voting in an election, especially considering that an endorsement does not guarantee success in a subsequent primary, and you just need to look at some of our recent electoral history and you can see that. Caucuses and conventions, on the other hand, are not voting. It's a party-organized and party-regulated process. It's not a state function. The provision in this amendment would delete aligned statutes with court holdings, and so I'm going to encourage members to vote no.
Further discussion to the A29 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative. I would like to request a roll call vote on this.
Representative Altendorf requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the A29 amendment. Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we just want to make sure that we are protecting the Minnesota voters, that we are doing the business that Minnesota wants. We just recently passed the driver's license for all, and we want to make sure that when we are participating in the caucus process, that that is staying just as it always has been in law, just to the eligible voters. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the A29 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the 829 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Altendorf moves to amend House Bill number 1830, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A30.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf, to explain the A30 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today, members. The amendment number 30 on this elections bill portion is, it's basically what's happening now is we're growing government again, but we're also putting a totally unneeded burdensome on our businesses, on our small businesses. Right now in the state of Minnesota, we can early vote for 46 days. That's 46 days. We have absentee ballots, which we could request. We can mail in our ballot. We also have same-day voting. And now what this bill did is it's requiring businesses to have one more burden placed upon them, and it is asking them to allow additional early voting. This is completely not necessary in the state of Minnesota. This is actually, I would say, if a person cannot vote in that 46 days time or use an absentee ballot, it's just very, very disheartening to see that we're putting another mandate, another burden on our small businesses.
Further discussion to the A30 amendment. I'm recognized the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Representative Altendorf. I'm going to ask members to vote no on this amendment. I don't totally understand the purpose. So this weekend's the provisions of a great bill by Representative Agbaje that requires employers to give time off so that people can vote early, the same way they are currently required to do so when people vote on Election Day. So in effect, this amendment says if an employee receives time off for being sick or for attending their kid's recital, and that time off happens to fall on the first day of early voting, the employer is not required to give time off subsequently for voting, even on Election Day. The underlying provision is better for employers and employees. Now, an employer has the opportunity to ask their employees to spread out their voting and cause less disruption in the day's work than if all have to vote on Election Day. It also likely means voters will spend less time away from work to vote because voting early is faster and has shorter lines. So I will encourage members to vote no on this amendment.
Further discussion to the A30 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we have many, many ways to vote. It's actually very insulting to think that someone cannot vote in that 46 days and figure out a way to do it without adding another burden onto our businesses. Another thing is, in the state of Minnesota, we often like to brag in this in our elections committee and on the floor, that we have some of the highest voter turnout in the country. I hear this all the time. And yet, we are pushing a bill, pushing another mandate, another burden on our small businesses that's absolutely unnecessary with the high voter turnout. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask for a roll call on this.
Representative Altendorf requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the A30 amendment. Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I ask that we support small businesses. There are many businesses out there. There's many examples that someone might just have 2 or 3 employees, and this would be an undue burden to these businesses. So let's protect our small businesses. Let's give people credit. They can figure out how to vote over 46 days. They absolutely can. This is an unnecessary new law that's being pushed, a new mandate, a new burdensome thing. Please vote for this amendment.
The clerk will take the roll on the A30 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the A30 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Niska moves to amend House Bill number 1830, the second Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A31.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Niska, to explain the A31 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is an amendment about national popular vote. And if you're wondering why we're talking about national popular vote, which, you know, should be in a standalone bill if we're doing standalone bills, it's because it's tucked in the middle of this huge omnibus bill. A dramatic change in not only the way that our state chooses its electors, but it intends to be a dramatic change in the way our entire country elects its president. And I'll talk more on the A34 amendment next about why I think this is a bad policy idea. But on this amendment, the A31 amendment is really pretty straightforward and pretty common sense and simple. It's just saying that as we are doing business with 50 other entities, while we're trying to enter into a compact, offering to enter into a compact with 50 other entities, that we don't just do an open-ended offer forever. Nobody in any, in any business dealing would ever just do an open-ended offer forever to somebody to accept. You would want to have some kind of bite-sized parameters, and a deadline or something like that. And this sets a pretty common sense deadline that says that if the required number of states join before the 2024 presidential election, that will be in effect before the 2024 presidential election. But it sets a deadline in 2027 if this compact has not been accepted by enough states, that we have a deadline that we as the legislature can come back and either re-up it or extend the deadline or choose to let that deadline expire. So this is just about whether we're going to do business by having open-ended offers or whether we're going to set deadlines on our offers. So I hope members will support this amendment. Please vote for the A31 amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A31 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to ask members to vote no on this. There's no need to set a sunset to repeal the provision. States, under the National Popular Vote Compact legislation, states can withdraw at any point through a vote of the legislature as provided for in the bill. This amendment would oppose an arbitrary date on the ratification of the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact that is only 4 years off. I don't expect it will take super long to ratify that compact, but it's possible it will be longer than 4 years. As of April 2023, the compact has been adopted by 15 states in the District of Columbia. These states have 195 electoral votes, which is 36% of the Electoral College and 72% of the 270 votes needed to give the compact legal force. Multi-state changes can take a few years to take effect. The compact isn't a constitutional amendment, but the 27th Amendment took 202 years to get ratified. Now, as I said, this won't take that long, but getting several states to adopt changes can take a few years. Maryland was the first state to adopt the compact, doing so in 2007, so it's taken 16 years to get to 72% of the way there. This isn't as long as the 27th Amendment took, but it could take longer than 4 years to get adopted. So once again, I'm encouraging members to vote no on this amendment.
Further discussion to the A31 amendment. I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And regardless of how people are voting on the bill, I think it's an important bit of legislative history for more members to understand than perhaps they realize now. The last time we voted on this bill as a standalone measure, there were 19 Republicans that voted in favor of it, and there were 30 DFLers that voted against it. That's the last time we voted on it. And the obvious question is, what has changed? Why has this become a partisan issue? Why is it that people have made this into a Republican and Democrat issue? I support the National Popular Vote Plan because I think it's better than our current system. To speak candidly, I think our current system sucks. I mean, we have 4 or 5 states that decide everything, and you can certainly make criticisms of it, of this reform plan, but it's better than the one that we got. So what has changed? Why is this issue, like every other political issue, it seems like, become so deeply polarized? People will try to use the excuse of the 2016 presidential election to say that President Trump won the election with an electoral college majority, but not a popular vote. So somehow there's a perception that this would benefit Democrats. Well, that's not true. That's the same argument that happened in 2000 when Al Gore won the popular vote, but George Bush won the electoral college. Right? So I'll ask the question again, what happened? Why are so many more Republicans now intrinsically opposed to this proposal, and why are so many Democrats now just defaulting to supporting it? And I think if you look in your hearts, you'll find out that the answer to that is the deep-seated rooted problem of polarization. And so, as always, the remedy is for more people to pay more attention, and a diversity of opinion is not a sign of weakness from the majority caucus nor the minority caucus, but it's actually a sign of strength. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion to the A31 amendment? I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Freiberg, for, I think, clarifying what the difference is. The difference here is about whether we set a default rule that we're going to continue this past 2027 if we don't get it passed. Again, this is, and I appreciate the analogy to a constitutional amendment. I think that will come up a little bit more in our discussion on the next amendment. But there are 4 legislative sessions that are going to be able to take action either to extend this deadline between now and 2027, or to decide to let it sunset, or to decide to eliminate the deadline altogether. So again, the question is, as we're doing business as a state of Minnesota with 50 other actors, are we just going to kind of let our offer sail off into the distance with no deadline, or are we going to kind of set some reasonable parameters to protect our own interests? I think we should support the interests of Minnesota by supporting the A31 amendment. Thank you.
All those in favor of adopting the A31 amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail, and the A31 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Niska moves to amend House File Number 1830, the second engrossment, as amended. The amendment is coded A34.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Niska, to explain the A34 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Again, the National Popular Vote Compact, which this is attempting to tuck into a bigger omnibus bill, is a very significant change to not only Minnesota elections, but to our national presidential elections. It is a national change to the system. Frankly, the only way to do it right is through a constitutional amendment, and we'll talk about that later. But if we try to do it as an interstate compact, it definitely should be a standalone bill. And I appreciated the comments of the majority leader a little bit earlier about how important standalone bills are. I wish that we were more consistent about doing standalone bills like we did with the veterans funding bill, and this definitely should have been brought to the floor as a standalone bill. But because it is wrapped into an omnibus, and this is the only way we can address this as a body, Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote.
Representative Niska requests a roll call vote. I see 15 hands, so there will be a roll call vote on the A34 amendment. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I've only been here for a little while, but in my experience here, I often see bills that on the top, at a headline level, sound like good ideas. But then when you dig into the details, you realize there's some pretty serious problems. This is a little bit of the opposite. Even at a high level, this is a pretty bad idea, and I say this as a lifelong Minnesotan, and I really appreciate the fact that the revisor's office for 2 bills in a row gave me Amendment A34. Again, as a lifelong Minnesotan, I was 7 in the 1987 World Series and 11 in the 1991 World Series, and so I'm grateful to be able to offer again for the second bill in a row Amendment A34. But I oppose the premise of the bill that, as it applies to Minnesota's electoral votes, that we are going to outsource Minnesota, the decision on who Minnesota votes for in the Electoral College, to voters in other states. Our electoral votes should be decided by voters in Minnesota, not by Cardinals fans in Missouri or Braves fans in Georgia. And while I'm settling scores, I did post some comments about Norm Green last night on Twitter at 1 o'clock in the morning. I won't repeat those here, but I did want to clarify for everyone that Ron Gant was out. Herbeck was just applying the tag. He was out. But I don't want our electoral votes decided by voters in other states. Definitely not voters in South Dakota or Iowa or Wisconsin or California or New York or Texas. So at a high level, I think this is a bad idea. But as we dig into the details of it, there are 3 reasons why I think it's really bad policy. The first is that the entire concept of a national popular vote is a fiction under our current system and under the system that we would have if we adopt this compact. We don't have a national election system. We have a federal system. And what I mean by that is we have 51 different election systems with different criteria about who gets to vote and who doesn't, and who they can vote for and who they can't. So residency requirements vary from state to state. It's actually possible to legally vote twice in 2 different states in the same presidential election. If you question that, you should check out an article by Professor Derek Muller, a friend of mine who wrote in the Harvard Law and Policy Review in 2020, a really interesting piece where he cited a specific case from Arizona where someone had voted early in Colorado and then moved to Arizona and voted, and the courts in Arizona said that that person was actually voting in 2 different elections because they were voting for electors in 2 different states. So residency requirements vary from state to state, and so who gets to vote and who doesn't vary from state to state. Voting procedures vary from state to state, and we all know in this body that that matters. States adopt their own procedures for their own reasons, and those are tied to efforts, the debate that we are constantly having in this body to balance concerns about, on one side, election security, and on the other side, enhancing voting rights and expanding voting rights as much as possible. That is a give and take that we have in this body and that every state uses, and those voting procedures matter. That is why we debate them so hard in this body. So we have 51 different voting systems with different voting procedures. Some require state photo ID, some have long absentee or early voting periods, some are more restrictive in that way, and vote counting varies from state to state. States look at stray marks or signature matching differently. And ballot access varies from state to state. We know that's important because we were trying to deal with that in this bill, that who and which parties' candidates get on the ballot matters. It matters when we're trying to compare election results from one election to another. Sometimes certain third-party candidates or minor party candidates will pull more from one candidate or another. And if different candidates are on the ballot in different states, that creates a challenge as we're trying to compare apples to apples. In 2016, for example, Evan McMullen and Jill Stein were on the ballot in some states and not other states. In Minnesota in 2016, Jill Stein's chosen running mate was not on the ballot in Minnesota. So think about that as we're trying to compare election results from one state to the other. So that's going to distort the entire contest. So we do not have, either under the current system or under the system as contemplated by this compact, a national popular vote. We have maybe a federal rough poll. We have sort of a guesstimate about that we can use when we're putting data in that has some problems on the front end. We can have a pretty good idea about roughly who's in maybe first or second place and who's in third or fourth place, but we don't have a national popular vote. Second, the national popular vote is unworkable, potentially leading to a constitutional crisis. States have different recount procedures, but we don't have a procedure for a national recount, and in a close, tied election, there's no mechanism under this law to solve that problem. If states adopt RCV for presidential elections as well, it could be a huge morass in the event of a very close election. It arguably creates a legal interest in each state to challenge the presidential returns in every other state, and there's no clear enforcement mechanism. The third reason this is a bad policy is that it's very likely unconstitutional. Compacts between the states require constitutional or congressional approval, and it's not clear from the text whether this is going to wait for Congress. In addition, there are pretty significant limits on a state's legislative authority to circumvent constitutional amendments. Some states are, by effect, eliminating the choices of other states. So a change of this magnitude really needs to be done by a constitutional amendment, and this is not the serious process that is required to amend the Constitution. There is going to be litigation if this compact happens. We don't know the answer to that litigation. There's a lot of robust legal scholarship about the question of whether that national popular vote compact is constitutional or not. So I don't think it's worth the risk, especially given all of the problems with it. So for that reason, members, I I think that the national popular vote is the wrong choice for the state of Minnesota, and I urge a green vote on the A34 amendment.
Further discussion to the A34 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Niska. So I am also a huge fan of Kirby Puckett's uniform number, but I am going to ask members to vote no on amendment number 34. So this amendment would delete the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact from the bill. Now, Representative Niska raised several points. I'll try to respond to them all briefly. I don't want to keep us here too long, especially because this is a proposal that's been around for years. It's been adopted by several states. These arguments have mostly been found to be flawed. So this is a provision with bipartisan support, and it just adopts a policy saying what most Americans expect of their elections, and that is that the person with the most votes should be elected president. National popular vote is consistent with the values of our republic, or our democracy, if you prefer. We, the people, elect a president, and we do it in a way where every vote is equal and every vote is relevant. So let me be clear what the national popular vote does. It will ensure that every voter in every state will be politically relevant in every presidential election, regardless of where they live. This ensures that the vote of every Minnesotan matters. National popular vote is an exercise of state sovereignty to make every Minnesota voter relevant in the presidential elections and to ensure that the presidential candidate who receives the most votes wins. There is no restriction in Article 2, Section 1 of the Constitution. It is clear that this body has the power to determine the method with which we award electors, and this bill does just that. Just to quote directly from the Constitution, Article 2, Section 1 reads, "Each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors." So we can do this. The recount issue was mentioned, and Representative Niska kind of made it sound like recounts aren't a problem under our current system. There's a shrinking number of battleground states. Every state's election procedures and recount procedures are different. We're essentially playing Russian roulette in a shrinking number of battleground states. We've had 5 presidential elections where the loser of the national popular vote was elected anyway. This is not how elections should work in a democracy, so please vote no.
Further discussion to the A34 amendment. I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This discussion we've had many times in the chamber here. Thank you, Representative Niska, for bringing this amendment to strip this out of the bill where it does not belong. This is an omnibus bill that deals with state government finance and elections. This is an issue that should travel on its own and have a discussion on its own. But it is a theme that I have seen throughout Democrats' governance of this state, which is let's abdicate our authority to others. And that's what they're doing in almost every circumstance and probably in a dozen different places in this current bill, which is we get to decide how we're going to distribute our electoral votes. By the way, we don't have a national election in this country. If you think we do a little research on our Constitution and our history. We do not. We have a whole bunch of state elections. And we get to, as a state and a state legislature, decide how we distribute our electoral votes. Why on God's green earth, like our governor wants to give California the authority to decide what sort of, emission standards we're going to have in this state, and Democrats want to allow the salary commission to set the governor's salary, and it just goes right on down the line with people in this chamber wanting to abdicate their own authority and their own power to do the job that they were elected to do. I have for many years offered a bill. I don't think I actually introduced it this session, so I'll probably have to call the revisor's office and get it fired up. But to do what 2 other states do, which is to distribute our electoral votes by congressional district. If you want your vote to matter, you need to go that direction, not the other direction. I assure you, if we enter into this compact and enough other states are stupid enough to also do it, and we just go with a national popular vote scheme where our votes are distributed based on what other states vote for, not what our state votes for, our state will not matter, and presidential candidates will not visit our state. Now, maybe in today's day and age, presidential elections will be campaigned on Twitter and on Facebook and on Instagram, and we won't ever see a presidential candidate again. I know one of the major party candidates didn't do any campaigning in the last election, probably how he won, but moving this direction is not a good thing for our state and certainly not a good thing for our country. I would suggest we move the other direction, which is having our electoral college votes distributed by congressional district, as 2 other states do. My guess is that being that we are the state with the longest run in history, having never voted for a Republican presidential candidate in the state of Minnesota since 1972. That's the last time. That's the longest run in history in this country. That Democrats would never want my way of doing this, because currently under our system, at least 4 and maybe 5 electoral votes would go to the Republican presidential candidate in the last election. So, game the system how you want. But ultimately, we do not have national elections. We should not do this. It's bad policy. It always has been. And frankly, I don't know why Democrats would want to do this, other than they think it somehow will benefit them. It's unfortunate. Please vote for this amendment. Thank you, Representative Aniska, for the very articulate reasons why we shouldn't adopt this. And I won't go into those. I'll just stick with my platitudes. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A34 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Dowd and Representative Freiberg, for the debate. I'll just briefly conclude by responding to, I think, 3 of the points Representative Freiberg made, starting with the concept that in our current system that sometimes the quote-unquote loser gets elected. Well, the rules of our presidential election are very clear, and we have an electoral college, and that was set up consistent with the values of the Constitution that was framed. And to say that the loser gets elected when the winner of the electoral college wins is a little bit like saying that the team that gained the most yards in the Super Bowl, or the team that has the highest run differential in the standings, is the team that should be in first place in the standings, or the team that should win the Super Bowl. The fact of the matter is that the point of the way that you get elected President of the United States is by getting electors to vote for you, in the same way that getting elected Prime Minister of Great Britain means that you have the most number of members of Parliament that vote for you. So the concept of the loser getting elected really doesn't make much sense, and it only makes sense, again, if you accept the fiction that we have a system that actually gives us an accurate national popular vote, which we don't have. Second, I want to respond to the idea that that national popular vote makes every vote equal and relevant. Again, the question that we're asking is how to allocate Minnesota's electoral votes. And as we're talking about allocating Minnesota's electoral votes, the National Popular Vote Compact does not make Minnesota's every vote in Minnesota equal and relevant. Again, because we have 51 different election systems that have different criteria, that have different ballot access rules, it actually makes each one of our votes unequal compared to all of the other 51. It throws unequal votes into a big pot that doesn't recognize the uniqueness of every Minnesota voter, and it makes every Minnesota vote, by definition, significantly less relevant in determining Minnesota's allocation of electoral votes. Our current system makes every Minnesota voter equally relevant in choosing Minnesota's electors. National Popular Vote Compact makes our votes unequal and less relevant for that in determining that question. The third thing I wanted to talk about was just briefly the workability problem. And Representative Freiberg said that recounts are a problem under our current system. The problem with the National Popular Vote Compact compared to the current system is that our current system, we actually have sources of law that help us to deal with recount situations. The problem with the National Popular Vote Compact system is you could have 5% margins in all 51 different areas, but they all net out to a 100-vote difference between the top 2 candidates. And we have no source of law that will deal with that situation. That would be by all reasonable reckoning, that would be a tie between the top 2 candidates. And no candidate would have any ability to go into any one of those jurisdictions under the current law if we adopted the National Popular Vote Compact. No candidate would have a way to actually go into any of those jurisdictions and try to figure out whether there are some problems that they could sort out that would result in that swing of 100 votes or 1,000 votes or even 100,000 votes, which would be a very, very narrow margin in a national popular vote. that would be able to swing that election. So this is really, really headed for a constitutional crisis as well as constitutional litigation. It's a bad idea, so please vote for the A34 amendment to strike the National Popular Vote Compact. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the A34 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the A34 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Engen moves to amend House File Number 1830. The second and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A38.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Engen, to explain the A38 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, guys, if protecting democracy means anything, it means our elections shouldn't be for sale to the highest bidder. You know, we just heard a lot of robust debate, even amongst our own colleagues in the GOP or DFL side of the aisle. And that was regarding ranked choice voting or the national popular vote or electoral college. Those are debates that are ongoing. And those are reasonable on the face of it. But I think every single Minnesotan can agree that we can administer our own elections without having to give that authority to for-profit or not-for-profit corporations. There's zero reason to give that authority to an entity that isn't the government. You know, I believe that my DFL colleagues would be completely correct in their assertion that it is biased and inherently corrupt if a GOP legislature were to allow Truth Social to have oversight or authority over our elections. They'd be 100% correct. I also think that my GOP colleagues would be 100% correct in saying that maybe Meta Inc. shouldn't have the elections administration and oversight that they've been given in the past. The A38 amendment just simply takes that out of the equation. It says we can do this, and we don't need to relinquish that authority to other organizations who might have an inherent bias in and of themselves. I urge a green vote.
Further discussion to the A38 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Representative Engen. I'm going to ask members to vote no on this amendment. This language has been around for a few years and responds to an issue that is not a problem. The grants this language was created in response to were awarded by the Center for Tech and Civic Life. Those grants were open to every jurisdiction, did not request or require any partisan information, and each government that applied received some funds. The reason jurisdictions applied and the reason the funding exists is because of financial strains on election administration. Without the funding, many more jurisdictions would have delayed reporting of results, which would have further contributed to misinformation. We have election infrastructure funding in this bill, but we had a small target and it's not nearly enough. This amendment would put an artificial barrier in place, and I should also add, as of April 22nd, 2022, the program that this language was created in response to has been discontinued. The language in this amendment is very broad. It could prevent other nonprofits from providing in-kind donations like space, food and drink, or volunteer staff to set up and work on Election Day. So members, please vote no.
Further discussion to the A38 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Engen.
Representative Freiberg, thank you for giving that very well thought out response as to why we should allow corporations and different entities to have more say over how we conduct our elections, but I couldn't disagree more. If there were funding discrepancies, we should make sure that those are closed. We can administer our own elections. I think most Minnesotans would agree on the face of it, that's what we should do. We should not relinquish that authority. Please urge a green vote on this.
All those in favor of adopting the 838 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail and the 838 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Engen moves to amend House Law number 1830, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A44.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Engen, to explain the A44 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A44 amendment just simply ensures that a legislature of any partisan majority cannot legislate their way into full campaign coffers. As it currently sits, this legislature can appropriate tax dollars via legislation to a nonprofit organization that has a vested interest in reelecting or defeating a particular candidate or a particular political party. This amendment would end the pay-to-play that is inherently presented through that opportunity. I would urge a green vote on this so we can ensure that Minnesotans know that their elections aren't for sale. And I would like to request a roll call vote.
Representative Engen requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Further discussion to the A44 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you once again, Representative Engen. I'm going to ask members to vote no on this amendment. This amendment is likely unconstitutional in that it would prohibit state employees from paying their union dues, which is voluntary now after the Janus decision, and the union using those dues to support candidates. Government employees are not required to be union members. They are not required to pay union dues, so those that do are doing so by choice. This amendment restricts that choice, and it restricts those state employees' speech, so please vote no.
Further discussion to the A44 amendment. I recognize the member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It just surprises me that the author of the bill is questioning the constitutionality of this particular issue when many of the issues in this bill and other election bills are questionable when it comes to constitutionality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the A44 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Engen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, thank you, Representative Freiberg, for that response. I just find it wrong, members, that we can write legislation to an organization, could be something as inherently apolitical as the Minnesotans for Safe Puppies Act or organization, and then they can turn around and form a political action committee or fund campaigns or elections-related efforts. And that's all on the backs of Minnesota taxpayers. That is going to dissuade trust in our process. That is going to dissuade public trust in how we conduct our elections. I feel like this should be a pretty simple vote. I'm pretty sure that if you asked Minnesotans today if they agreed that is inherently corrupt, they would say yes. Please vote yes on this.
The clerk will take the roll on the A44 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the A44 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moves to amend House Law Number 1830, the second engrossment as amended. Amendment is coded A32.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam, to explain the A32 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. If we're going to do AVR and we want to have a system that is federally approved to verify that you can vote. And frankly, that's what this is doing, is saying, hey, if we're going to do AVR, any entity within the state registering automatically voters would need to use the federal system designed to verify that they legally are qualified to vote. And it's pretty simple because you go across different states, different jurisdictions, different departments, their systems might vary a little bit. And there's a why to the federalization of having a standard, because that way we can say, yes, everybody meets the same standard. We aren't arguing about this. They ask this question here and that question there. It's just common sense. And that there are a lot of things with HAVA and federal election law that were set up to get consistency across the country and to allow resources that if a state needs it, they can use it. That's why they've got the SSA website for verification if we don't have the appropriate documentation. And that's a federally defined appropriate documentation. So this is just saying, if we're going to do that, let's do it right. And let's make sure that we aren't in a gray area or have an issue. So let's do it by implementing and utilizing the federal program and application that's been designed for it. So I hope for your support. Oh, roll call.
Representative Quam requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the A32 amendment. Is there any further discussion to the A32 amendment? I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would ask that you vote no on this amendment, and I'll give you a few reasons why. And although automatic voter registration was not in this bill, we did have a lengthy discussion about it and how it works. Within House File 3, it clearly states that an individual's data is only transferred on if the Secretary of State or is only transferred on to the Secretary of State if they've provided documentary evidence of U.S. citizenship. That's really clear. It's really clear. It says it a bunch of times in the bill. The bill provides sufficient protection to ensure that only U.S. citizens are being considered for voter registration. This amendment actually adds an additional step that would make AVR less accurate and lead to false matches between citizens and non-citizens. And it would likely, as we've seen in other states, disproportionately impact communities of color. This is because the SAVE list is not designed for voter registration purposes and is ill-equipped for this reason. It's not a database of U.S. citizens, but instead contains data on citizens who have naturalized or derived citizenship. In states that have tried to use the SAVE database for this purpose, it has not gone well. When they tried to use it in Florida, county elections officials, including 30 Republicans, refused to comply with due to the list's inaccuracies, and they haven't used it since 2014. This provision is unnecessary and unwise to add to the bill, and I'd ask that you vote no.
Further discussion to the A32 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You know, frankly, it's unwise to actually try and have a system that's uniform across all of our departments, our agencies, and we don't know exactly which ones because in the past legislation, the governor can decide to add additional ones. So uniformity and consistency are intelligent, they're wise, and they help you do good governance. Referencing federal systems that are designed to be able to verify immigration status, I think are also intelligent, but that's fine. Apparently, there's a desire to not worry about traceable verification and et cetera in our statutes. I'm saddened.
Is there any further discussion to the A32 amendment? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A32 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the A32 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moves to amend House File Number 1830, the second Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A40.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam, to explain the A40 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Again, I'm attempting to actually do what federal law, election law says, which all but a couple other states do and comply with the procedures they set up in federal election law, and that's have provisional ballots. The reasoning is that there are 10, as legislative audit and during committee hearings, there have been tens of thousands of bad registrations. Looking at the data and the information, many of these verifications have happened after the ballots have been commingled, counted, and you wouldn't be able to, take those tens of thousands of ballots out. And because we have, 46 days where you can go in and vote, the intent with legislation going through here is to add where you can actually go in for a couple weeks and vote and run it through the machine and it's commingled. You can also register that same day, and for whatever reason, accidental or intentional, with the quantity of bad registrations we have, there are going to be ballots cast by people that shouldn't have voted, and that disenfranchises people. And the provisional ballot is to make sure everyone gets to cast a ballot. And then you've got a process which just about every state in the nation is able to do, is verify and then count all the legitimate ballots and certify on schedule. And I'm sure Minnesota ought to be able to do what the vast majority of this country does and add a little bit more integrity to our system and help people understand that we are taking the appropriate measures like the rest of the nation does, and still not disenfranchise anyone, because they will be able to cast a ballot, and we won't disenfranchise the legal voters because we have a system that will verify and not count bad ballots. So I ask for a green vote, and I ask for a roll call.
Representative Quam requests a roll call vote. I see 15 hands, and there will be a roll call vote on the A40 amendment. Anything further for now,
Thank you,
Representative Quam? Further discussion to the A40 amendment? I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Representative Quam. I'm going to ask members to vote no. We debated this amendment on Thursday when we debated House File 3, so I don't need to rehash the arguments. I'll just say, this is the provisional balloting amendment, and as we heard on Thursday, provisional balloting functionally eliminates same-day registration. We are compliant with HAVA because HAVA has a waiver process, and we have a waiver. Please vote no.
Further discussion, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to correct a misstatement, and I'm sure it was not intentional. Provisional ballots do not get rid of same-day registration. There are states that have same-day registration and provisional balloting. It just adds, because there's no way to check that, because there's minutes between they get the ballot, they vote, and they run it through the machine. There's no way to verify. And provisional ballots adds a common sense thing that the vast, over 92% or 97% of the people live where there's provisional ballots. So the rest of the nation can do this. I just wish Minnesota would join the rest of the nation and actually abide by the federal HAVA election procedures.
The clerk will take the roll on the A40 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the A40 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 1830. The second, Grossman, as amended. The amendment is coded A11.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Carver, Representative Nash, to explain the A11 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A11 is an amendment that asks that the money that we appropriate in this bill to Minute would have, as a result of its appropriation, a report sent back to us, to the appropriate ranking members and chairs, as to the effectiveness of the technological advancements that it's made in the reduction of labor. So all that to say, when we make technological improvements, you should be able to expect, as a result of it, that you have less labor that you have to throw at a problem. So that is the gist of the A11, and Madam Chair, I hope that you might accept this, as we've really tried hard to work on Minute clarifying language and supportive language, because we are putting a fair amount of money towards Minute in this bill, and actually I'm supportive of that part of your bill, because we do need to do a better job with Minute, but I think that it's also reasonable that the state of Minnesota, as a result, get a report back that says, here's what we did, here's how it's going, and here's how much labor hours we were able to save. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Discussion to the A11 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at first blush, Representative Nash, I was going to say yes. But as I was looking at the items in this information technology services section 10, which is a significant amount of money, and I can understand wanting to know exactly where it went and what efficiencies were gained from it, I was also thinking about the amount of work that it's going to take to do that. What I would like to do is extend an olive branch to you and say, let's talk about how we can best craft this amendment so that we know what's going to go into that report and how it can best be suited. Do we really want to know, was every penny spent on which little widget and gadget in addition to labor saving? I think there's a way you and I can work together to get a little better language than this amendment. I would encourage a no vote.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, right up until you said that you encourage a no vote, I was about to say, so you're saying there's a chance. Members, I think here's the big picture. We are going to spend a lot of money in this bill on minute, and I will just tell my Republican colleagues, as an IT professional, I think that it's time that we do some of those things. There's a great many things that are in this bill that have come out of the work that we've done in the Technology Advisory Committee, and Minnesota has a great deal of responsibility for IT to protect it. But I also think that we also have a responsibility to the people who have appropriated this money from their hard work and their wallets to give back to them a report that says, here's what we did, here's how well it worked, and in that how well it worked is a report that says, dear Minnesota, here's what we were able to do from a savings perspective. Because in the IT world, in the real world, not government, when you do an IT project and you're able to actually capture labor savings, you can report it because you've actually measured it along the way. So I'm not going to ask for a roll call, Madam Chair. I will hold you to your word that we can work on this because it is meant in the absolute best light, because I think that we could all agree Minnesotans should be able to say to their government, we'd like to see what you did with our money, and the best way we can do that is to give them a report. Vote green.
All those in favor of adopting the A11 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail and the A11 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House Bill number 1830, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A20. A12.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Carver, Representative Nash, to explain the A12 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was suddenly flipping to the A20 and wondering if it had been assigned to me all of a sudden. Well, members, we've talked a lot about the Compensation Council, and we've sort of nibbled around the edges, so I figure we might as well just jump in and we'll just remove the modifications to the Compensation Council out of this. And before I proceed, Mr. Speaker, I would like to request a roll call.
Representative Nash requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Representative Nash.
A roll call on the A12. So again, I'm not going to belabor this because I don't want to drag this out all night. We've talked a lot about the Compensation Council. I don't believe that we need to make this change, and we've talked about this in committee, Madam Chair. I just think that allowing the governor to appoint people that will then give him the ability to effectively raise his own salary. And remember, members, that off of his salary, many other salaries are indexed. So this has far-reaching implications, and I think that we overuse not ready for prime time. So let's just say it's not ripe for our state right now. We don't want to do this, so I'm encouraging a green vote to strip this out of the bill, and thank you.
Further discussion to the A12 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm just going to ask for a no vote.
Further discussion to the A12 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity for you to say that the governor should not be able to set his own salary. We don't, right? We have a compensation commission that does that, and we voted against even doing that, I think, back when I was in my third term. But I think that the reality of this is optically, you're putting up a vote to say that you want the governor to be able to set his own salary, and that you want the Secretary of State to be able to as well, the state auditor, and I just think that that's not what we want to do. So vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the A12 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the A12 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House Bill number 1830, seconded Grossman as amended. Amendment is coded A17.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Carver, Representative Nash, to explain the A17 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move the A17 and request a roll call.
Representative Nash requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the A17 amendment. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, we have all consumed the news as to the temporary digs for the governor. I can't think of anyone in the Capitol that hasn't seen that. And we had some fairly lively conversation, Madam Chair, in committee about the eye-popping number of $17,000 a month to be used to rent a temporary residence for the governor. Now, let me first premise all of this by saying I do believe that any and every governor should have a place to reside while they're serving in office, and that it should be safe and it should be able to be protected, because that's part of what happens here at the Capitol. But I just don't think that $17,000 a month is what an average Minnesotan is going to think of as an appropriate number. And it's really a very eye-popping number. So after we had the conversation in committee, I went around and talked to a number of the people that live in my district about this. And well, I can't say most of what they said, but let's just say many of them were surprised and disappointed. And they said, you know, right now I am trying to struggle to fill my gas tank on a regular basis, to buy groceries on a regular basis, to make sure that my kids are well fed. And you know, I think of it in a bigger picture here. You know, Representative Zalesnikar was talking a lot about nursing homes. We've not addressed that issue yet. We've failed in funding that. Some of the comments that people in my district made is, where is this great promise of eliminating the tax on Social Security? I'm still waiting for that, they would tell me. But yet we still have a $17,000 a month house for our governor. So I did some further research, Madam Chair, and I think the pages have, if they've not sent it out already, I sent an article into the desk that if we could get distributed, if it has not been already. I don't know if it has or not. But I'll talk about it while we're maybe doing that. It is titled, Arkansas Governor Moves into Triple Wide Trailer. Let me premise this by saying you can insert some Arkansas jokes in your head, and I can even make them at home, because I married an Arkansas girl, and I think that gives me a little bit of license. But here's what happened when then Governor Mike Huckabee was in office. The Arkansas governor's mansion was being renovated, and appropriately they said, Mr. Governor, we have to put you somewhere. And interestingly, what they did is they put him in a trailer home, or a modular home, or a manufactured home, whichever you'd like to use, triple wide. So it had a lot of room. And the Huckabee family was so impressed with it that they actually gave tours. They were excited about it. They said, you know, this gets the job done. It's respectful to the taxpayer of the state of Arkansas, because it's not $17,000 a month. In fact, its total estimated value was $110,000 or $101,000. It's in the article. But here we have, in the state of Minnesota, $17,000 a month for the governor to have a residence. That's not very Minnesotan. And I would encourage you to tell us why you feel that it is. But to do that, and to reduce that, I am offering the A17 to say that $10,000 might be an appropriate number. And I hope you agree, because in the Department of Admin, where this comes out of, is in this bill. So we can address it in the bill. I will tell you that I have sort of pre-conferenced this with the same people that I talked to in my district, and they said, you know what, that's not unreasonable. It's not something that they were in love with, but they recognize that with the trappings of being governor, that should be something that you get to have. So I would hope that you would take the A17, that we would all recognize that $17,000 a month, and I love that it's coded the A17 amendment, much like Representative Niska loved the A34. It's the A17 amendment, and we're going to drop the 17 to a 10,000 because, quite honestly, you know what, I respect the fact that the governor won and that he deserves a place to live and that it needs to be safe, but come on, folks, $17,000 a month, when in stark contrast, you have the governor of Arkansas who moved into a trailer home happily. Their governor's mansion was renovated, moved back in, and there was no scandal, there was no offense, because here's the deal. Every dollar that we spend down here started off in someone's wallet or a checkbook or in their pocketbook. That's where it started. How is it that we think that $17,000 makes sense? Members, I encourage a green vote.
There's an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Cleavorn moves to amend the Nash Amendment, the House File Number 1830, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A52.
I recognize the author of the amendment to the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn, to explain the A52 amendment to the A17 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the A52 amendment to the amendment is pretty simple, and I think it meets the objectives that Lead Nash is trying to accomplish here. Instead of saying what that amount might be, the $10,000, I think it's more important to say, insert the word funds, so we know we're talking about money, per month, and then say that it shouldn't be more than what is necessary to provide the security and official ceremonial functions of the state. One of the things that I know about humans is that we define words with our own reference point. So when I say residence, I think about my home in Plymouth. I'm sure Lead Nash thinks about his home in Waconia. Individuals who live in manufactured homes think about their homes. That's their residence. But when we're talking about the governor's residence, that is not a home like my home. It's technically a state building, a state office building that contains state troopers, it contains administrative office, it contains staff that run the functions of government. And it just happens to be a state office building, or a state building that has ceremonial space for functions of government and sleeping rooms for the first family. So it's not a residence like I would think of my home in Plymouth. But I do believe that we all want to be prudent with our money, and so that no more than is necessary should be spent. Thank you, and I would ask for your support for the amendment to the amendment.
Discussion to the A52 amendment to the A17 amendment. I recognize the member from Stearns, the minority leader, Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chair Cleavorn, a couple of the things that you just mentioned brought a thought to my mind. You had mentioned that we define words with our references, and that technically the governor's residence is a state office building. Now, I happen to realize next to the state office building is the transportation building, which has a lot of empty floors, the Centennial Building, which has a lot of empty floors. So although I agree with the renovations that we need to do on the governor's residence, I think that is taking care of what we own as the state, it brings to mind my own reference when I think of $17,000 per month to put our governor and his family in a place that he can live for a while the work is being done on the actual residence. I have to think back a number of years, and I won't tell you exactly the year, but the first home that my husband and I purchased when we were getting married happened to be $21,000 for the home. So when I think of $17,000, and it was a nice home, it was a little tiny starter home, and we enjoyed that for a few years until we were able to save and afford more. But $17,000 per month on the backs of residents of Minnesotans, while we are not funding our nursing homes, we are not eliminating the tax on Social Security, is the wrong move. So when I look at this amendment to the amendment, and Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a roll call on this amendment to the amendment.
Representative Damath requests a roll call vote on the A52 amendment to the A17 amendment. I did see there were 15 hands a second ago, so there will be a roll call on this amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I think of the funds, I do believe that we need to define this. I would encourage a no vote on the amendment to the amendment. This gets us out of the fact that we are just not defining an actual amount, that we are actually putting funds into a dollar amount and saving on the backs of Minnesotans, saving their tax dollars and not wasting them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the A52 amendment to the A17 amendment. I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Kosnick.
And Scott County, Mr. Chair. Members, here we go again. We have a bill in front of us that's growing government by like 40%, and we have an overall budget process that we're looking at that's going to, Democrats are raising taxes like $10 billion, and we have an amendment here by Representative Nash to rein a little bit of that in, but it epitomizes the Democrats' thirst for spending, and because they're raising taxes, they have to, and they're giving the governor a $17,000 a month rent agreement, they have to raise everybody else's taxes across the state of Minnesota. And at the same time, we're failing to fund nursing homes, but yet we're raising taxes over $10 billion. We're failing to end the tax on Social Security income, but we're raising taxes. Democrats are raising taxes $10 billion. This is an amendment that asks that we rein in a little bit of spending even, and we're hearing no. To cut back the rent for the governor to be at least $10,000 or less, and we're being told that's not really reasonable. But this is the party that's raising your taxes $10 billion, spending the surplus, growing government about 40% in the state government bill here. And Minnesotans, this is what the Democrat Party is doing for you. Raising your taxes, giving the governor $17,000 a month in rent allotment, but yet we're failing to fund our nursing homes, and we're failing to fully eliminate the tax on Social Security income, and most Minnesotans will not be given a rebate or a refund of their taxes. Yesterday we heard a tax bill that adds a fifth-tier income tax to pay for all this spending. There's over $3 billion they're claiming $3 billion in tax cuts on that yesterday's bill, but we'll talk about it a little bit more next week. But don't be fooled. Democrats are raising taxes over $10 billion. And part of that is so that the governor can have $17,000 a month. Chair Davids, a month. Per month. $17,000 per month. So that he can live in a fancy place. The state has plenty of other areas for official ceremonial functions of state. It doesn't have to be at a governor's residence. There's plenty of places that here in the Capitol complex that we can utilize for the governor's official purpose. He's got the official reception room. But Democrats doesn't sound like they're willing to rein in even the spending on the governor's rent to $10,000 a month. And so this is just indicative of the tax and spend policies of the Democrats. And it's amazing that Democrats are raising taxes over $10 billion, giving the governor a $17,000 a month lease, yet we're failing to fund our nursing homes and we're failing to fully end the tax on Social Security, and taxpayers will not see much of a tax refund of their surplus. It's shameful, but members, here's an opportunity that you can show taxpayers a little bit of respect. So I appreciate the amendment of Representative Nash, and I ask for your support against the Cleavorn amendment.
Is there any further discussion? I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to address the A52 to my amendment. I reached out to our lawyer member and I said, hey, look up Black's Law Dictionary, the definition of necessary. And I used to use Black's Law Dictionary a lot in debate. Black's defines necessary as that which is needed for some purpose or reason is essential. And I would argue that in the mind of Governor Huckabee and his family, a triple-wide trailer was all that was necessary. That was all that was necessary. And according to the article, and I do believe it's now being passed out, you'll find it fascinating, they had social events there. And by virtue of the fact that that family was occupying the governor's office, there had to be security there. That's just, well, it's Aristotelian logic, but there was security there. So I will say that when I first offered this amendment in committee, it was called a gotcha amendment, and that I was offering a dishonorable amendment. Well, the A52 seems to have a similar gotcha-like effect. And I would point out, and so the outstate members, those of you that are here, you get $2,200 a month to do that which is necessary, which is house you. And I think sometimes when you talk to folks in your district about the fact that you've got $2,200 for outstate housing stipend, that they even wonder, wow, that sounds kind of like a lot. Members, this is not a gotcha amendment. This is something that sends a message to the people of Minnesota that $17,000 a month is really quite exorbitant. And that folks who watch this are going to ask, well, why did the chair effectively neuter Representative Nash's amendment so that they could protect the governor's $17,000 a month rental home? So members, we have a roll call on the A52. I would encourage a no vote on the Cleavorn underlying amendment to my amendment.
I recognize the author of the amendment to the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, and I appreciate the article that was delivered to us. It's pretty interesting. They're doing lots of wonderful things to that residence, so I'm glad that they're making some economies in this way. Members, I'm just going to ask you to vote yes on the amendment to the amendment.
The clerk will take the roll on the A52 amendment to the A17 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 61 nays, the motion prevails and the A52 amendment to the A17 amendment is adopted. Members, we are on to discussion of the A17 amendment as amended. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm not surprised, but I am quite disappointed that all of you on your side decided that you would send a message to Minnesota to affirm that this decision to rent the governor's $17,000 a month home was the right one and that you endorse that spending. I find that to be eye-popping. Once again, we have been talking about and have yet to see materialize a bill voted off this floor that lowers the tax on Social Security. Have not seen it yet. I know it's coming, I think. We've talked about nursing homes a lot, still are not addressing that issue. We are going to see here later tonight a bill that has a fair amount of taxation in it in the transportation bill. We have a housing bill tomorrow that will impose a metro county sales tax as well. And it's just one tax after another tax. And to Representative Kosnick's point, there is now a fifth tier tax coming. That impacts people who do not live in a $17,000 a month home, Madam Chair. They don't have that mean. There's no way that they would ever aspire to live in a $17,000 a month home that is paid for with their own tax dollars. So I will tell you I appreciate your affirmation because that helps us clarify where we are over here. But Mr. Speaker, as a result of the gotcha underlying amendment to my amendment, I will withdraw the A17.
Representative Nash withdraws the A17 amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Davis moves to amend House File Number 1830, the second Grossman as amended. Amendment is coded A28.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis, to explain the A28 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Since I've gotten on the Elections Committee, I've noticed some things that our Elections Committee is not bipartisan. It has not been securing our elections, and it certainly is not restoring people's confidence in our elections. And if you don't think that people's confidence in our elections has not been shaken, you have not been paying attention. They certainly have been shaken. The confidence of the voter in the state of Minnesota has been shaken. The A28 amendment could help restore a little bit of that confidence. The A28 amendment can bring just a little bit of bipartisan support to a bad bill. The A28 amendment, most importantly, can bring some security to this bill in our elections. The A28 amendment says that no individual should receive commission for collecting absentee ballot applications for voters. And before accepting the absentee ballot return envelope, the auditor or clerk must document the agent's name, address, and phone number, and they must certify they are who they say they are and live where they say they live. Or if they are lying, it's a felony. This amendment ensures that those agents who are delivering absentee ballots are who they say they are and they live where they say they live. Also, it prohibits undue influence for bribing voters when they register or apply for an absentee ballot, and it raises the penalty to a felony from a gross misdemeanor. You know, men and women who served in our armed forces gave their lives so that we could have legal, fair, and secure elections. They fought for it, and they shed their blood for it. We have a duty to secure our elections and to make sure there are very serious penalties
for violating those election laws. Our elections are sacred, folks, members. Our elections are sacred. Again, a great price was paid for this freedom we have, electing our representatives in a constitutional republic. We want to increase the penalty of egregious crimes in order to secure our sacred elections and for what these men and women gave their lives for. I want to bring attention to a couple of important items that's already in this state statute. So I'm going to draw your attention to what is already in state statute, Section 211B.07, undue influence on voters prohibited. It says this: a person may not directly or indirectly use or threaten force, coercion, violence, restraint, damage, harm, loss, including loss of employment or economic reprisal, undue influence, or temporal or spiritual injury against an individual to compel the individual to vote. See, what this amendment does is it adds the language also. See, if we're going to do that for the ability to vote, we should also add in there, register to vote or to apply for an absentee ballot. So if the law is going towards doing that to a person to get them to vote, well, it should be the same for registering to vote or applying for an absentee ballot. People should not be forced to do it. This is a good amendment. That should be in law. It goes on to say, abduction, duress, or fraud may not be used to obstruct or prevent the free exercise of the right to vote of a voter at a primary or election, or compel a voter to vote at a primary or election. Hey, wouldn't it be good if we put in there they shouldn't be compelled to register to vote also, or compelled to apply for an absentee ballot? Members, this is a good common sense amendment right here. I want to direct your attention to another part of statute. Section 211B.13, subdivision 1. It's talking about bribery, treating, and solicitation. It reads, a person who willfully, directly, or indirectly advances, pays, gives, promises, or lends any money, food, liquor, clothing, entertainment, or other thing of monetary value, or who offers, promises, or endeavors to obtain any money, position, appointment, employment, or other valuable consideration to or for a person in order to induce a voter to refrain from voting. Well, this amendment just puts a little extra in there. So if we're going to do that for voting, why not also include an individual to do any of the following: to register to vote or to apply for an absentee ballot? Members, we have the opportunity to have a little bipartisanship on this bill today, because right now you don't have it. And even Governor Walz, I believe it was in 2019, said that our election should be bipartisan. I'll say this again. Right now, there is not bipartisan support for this bill. There's not a lot of security in this bill for our elections. And securing our elections, doing everything we can to secure our elections without compromising legal votes, is a good thing. And this amendment will help do that. It will help do that. And it will also help restore people's confidence in our elections. Just a little bit it will. So members, I am asking you to vote yes on this amendment, and I'm asking for a roll call vote.
Representative Davis requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the A20 amendment. There's an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Greenman moves to amend the Davis Amendment to House File Number 1830, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A51.
I recognize the author of the amendment to the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman, to explain the A51 amendment to the A28 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Davis. I hope you'll consider this a friendly amendment to align the penalties in this amendment that you're proposing with the similar prohibitions currently in law. Minnesota Statute 201.054, Subdivision 3, already prohibits compensating individuals on variable or per registration card rates for voter registration. And the A28 amendment mirrors and reflects that for a per piece for absentee ballot applications. I agree. It means that people could be hourly or salaried, but they can't be paid or derive their compensation based on the minimum number of ballot applications. That's just good policy. What my secondary amendment does is align the penalties for this provision with the current statutory penalties in current law. It's important to note that it's already a felony to falsify a voter registration application. It's a felony to falsify an absentee ballot application. This amendment doesn't change that. This petty misdemeanor penalty is just to align it with the current laws around methods of compensation for legal voter registration drives, and in this case, absentee ballot applications. With that, I'd ask for a yes vote on the secondary amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the A51 amendment to the A28 amendment? I recognize the member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is about securing our elections, and if you actually read the statute, if we're going to take this in the proper context where we're adding in this amendment, Section 2 of the amendment says that everything in Section 1 is a felony. And certainly it should be a felony. And so this is just staying true to the language that's already in statute. Members, vote no to the amendment, and I would ask for a roll call vote.
Representative Davis requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Representative Davis. Representative Greenman.
Members, I just ask you to vote yes.
The clerk will take the roll on the A51 amendment to the A28 amendment. There being 70 ayes and 61 nays, the motion prevails and the A51 amendment to the amendment is adopted. Members, we are on discussion of the A28 amendment as amended. Representative Greenman.
Mr. Speaker, I'd move to divide the A28 amendment between lines 1.15 and 1.16.
Representative Greenman has requested division of the A28 amendment. Members, I have reviewed the amendment and I find that it is divisible. We are now discussing the first portion of the A28 amendment, which includes lines 1.1 through line 1.15. Discussion to the first portion of the A28 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am asking members to vote yes on this. 2 years ago, I think we did a similar thing. This is good policy. Ensuring and bringing into the bill an alignment that for voter registration applications, just like permanent or absentee ballot applications, just like for voter registration applications, we're going to require that folks are salaried, that they're paid on an hourly basis, but they're not paid per piece. That's good policy, and with the division, I'd ask members to support it.
Further discussion to the first portion of the A28 amendment as amended. I recognize the member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please vote yes to the first part of this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Greenman.
Please vote yes.
The clerk will take the roll on the first portion of the 828 amendment as amended, which includes line 1.1 through 1.15. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 131 ayes and 0 nays, the first portion of the A28 amendment as amended is adopted. Members, we are on discussion of the second portion of the A28 amendment as amended, which includes lines 1.16 through line 3.15. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For this secondary piece, I'd ask members to vote no on this piece, which includes some provisions that are duplicative of current law and rule, and a few more problematic provisions. State rule already requires the collection of all of the information as part of the agent delivery, and it requires agents to show some form of identification returning a ballot of another. State law also requires and creates penalties for improper conduct for assisting voters. The remaining sections of the amendment both creates new felonies, which add costs, but also it potentially makes it a felony to serve food to someone at a voter registration drive. This is way overbroad, and I'd ask members to vote no.
Discussion to the second portion of the A28 amendment as amended. I recognize the member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Greenman answer a question?
Representative Greenman will yield to a question. Representative Davis.
Representative Greenman, did I hear you say that you were concerned about costs in this?
Representative Greenman.
It is one of the many things that I'm concerned about. It creates new felonies that are brand new to this bill.
Members, please direct debate through the speaker, not directly engaging in debate with other members. Representative Davis.
Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker. So I'm just kind of shocked because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are concerned about spending taxpayers' money. I'm just amazed at that when, our governor is spending $17,000 a month to have a place to live. Wow. When we're not taking care of our nursing homes, we're giving them a drop in a bucket. And we're failing to fully end the Social Security tax. Democrats are concerned about what new cost this will add. We're struggling as Minnesotans. I mean, some of us, some people, some businesses, some folks in this state are even filing for bankruptcy right now. And Democrats right now on this amendment are concerned about costs. Members, please vote yes on the second portion of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will take the roll on the second portion of the 828 amendment as amended. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the second portion of the A28 amendment as amended is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Robbins moves to amend House File Number 1830, the second and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A21.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins, to explain the A21 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I forget, I'd like to request a roll call on the A21.
Representative Robbins requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply repeals the language that was passed in the 2021 government state gov bill that would have gave MMB permission to have bonding authority that was unlimited for renovating the state office building. That bill passed with all DFL support, no Republican support, and that open-ended appropriation was sort of left out there hanging. And then, interestingly, last December of 2022, a lame duck rules committee met, and they gave permission. This is the rules committee, not this body, not the legislature. They gave permission for $500 million in bonds to be sold that would then be used to fund renovation of the state office building. Now, members, I think we need to improve the state office building. There is mold, there are problems with the HVAC system, there are a lot of problems that our staff in particular need to deal with over there. So it's not that I don't approve of doing anything over at the state office building, but $500 million that was voted on by the Rules Committee of a lame duck legislature. Members, this is not how we should be spending the people's money. And basically, 12 members were present that day. And so 12 of the 134 members of the previous legislature voted to now allow bonding authority for $500 million, $500 million that will now be spent. And the members of this current legislature have had no say in that. There's a third of the legislature is new, and they have not been part of this decision at all. So members, I am asking for support for this bill. And just to give a little context, because I know everyone says, oh, the Senate office building was so expensive. Well, I did the math. The Senate office building, when they did their renovation, and actually it wasn't a renovation, they built the brand new, enormous, lovely office building over there, $90 million in 2014. In 2023 dollars, that would be $115 million. Members, we are doing $500 million. It's so outrageous, and I'm not saying we shouldn't do anything to upgrade the state office building. I absolutely think we should, but we should not be spending $500 million of the taxpayers' money on a new building for our operations when we are only in session 5 months a year, and no one in this body has voted on that. Members, support this amendment. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Jordan, state your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, under House Rules 3.21, motions and propositions must be germane. A motion or a proposition on a subject different from that under consideration must not be admitted under the guise of being an amendment. This bill does not address the capital area building account 16B.2406. And so, Mr. Speaker, I ask that you find this amendment out of order.
Advice to Representative Jordan's point of order. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to offer advice. This part that we're repealing was passed in the 2021 state gov bill. It was passed in this exact bill. And this bill, members, if you'll take a look at it, does address 16B. If you go to line 2.4 and 2.5 of the title, it does reference 16B. So members, not only is it relevant from this is how this legislation passed the first time around, but this section is referred to in the current bill. I hope that, Mr. Speaker, you will take that advice and not support the point of order.
Further advice to Representative Jordan's point of order. I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Robbins did point out that it is actually on its page 2 of your bill, but I will point out that the last time the state government finance bill was passed, and it was Chair Nelson, it was in that bill. So I don't know how you can suddenly have it appropriated in the state government finance bill and then through some form of miracle come out of it in the state government finance bill. You know, we do a lot of things here on the floor, but magic is not one of them. And I don't know how you can pass it previously and have it now come out in this bill by trying to rule it out of order. It's in order. My advice to you, Mr. Speaker, is one, Representative Robbins has already shown you on line 2.4 that it is referenced in the bill. Chair Nelson, I won't ask him to yield to a question, but I might. It was in his bill last time, and Mr. Speaker, you should find the point of order not well taken.
Members, I have reviewed the amendment and the bill. I have considered advice from Representative Jordan, Representative Robbins, and Representative Nash, and I find that the point of order is well taken.
I appeal the ruling of the Speaker. I would request a roll call.
Representative Damath appeals the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the appeal to the ruling of the Speaker. I recognize the member from Isanti. I recognize the member from Stearns, the Minority Leader, Representative Damath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we are appealing this ruling of the Speaker. As you have already heard from Representative Robbins, that this portion is found in the title of the current bill in front of us. You've already heard that we have heard this in the state government bill in 2021. This amendment is absolutely appropriate to be voted on. If you don't want to take a vote on it, I understand that is difficult. But this is absolutely in order. This amendment can be taken. It can be voted on. It might be a hard vote for some in the chamber, but this is a vote that we definitely need to take.
Discussion to Representative Damath's appeal to the ruling of the Speaker. I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You know, often misunderstood, often abused, Rule 3.21, motions and propositions must be germane. Please pull this out and read it. All it has to do is be germane, it has to relate to the issue. Does not have to be the same as, does not have to be in the same chapter. This is the state government and elections omnibus bill. Anything under the jurisdiction of those two committees is germane to this bill, period. And you can try to narrow this and try to navigate this. If you vote on this bill, you are voting to fund the state office building. You want me to show you where it is in the bill? I'm very happy to. And while I have supported this sort of a provision in the past, that's being misused here. Section 7, page 25, starting on line 25. That is what we call an open and standing appropriation for the legislature. That means that when you vote on this bill, you will be voting for the debt service that will pay for the state office building. And what this provision means is that the legislature, if this passes and gets signed into law, will never again have to vote for its own appropriation. I'm pausing just to let that sink into you. This is a big deal. This provision right here is a big deal. It's what's called an open and standing appropriation for the legislature. The reason I supported this in the past was because this is also one way to solve the standoff we had with the governor where he line item vetoed the legislature's funding. So this would create a little more separation of powers. But if you're going to build a $500 million office building, this is the sort of provision that you use to hide covering the debt service on that building. If you're looking in the repealers in this bill, there's also a repealer that would repeal the requirement for the parking for senators to cover the debt service on the parking ramp they built underneath their building. I'm sure over the years you've heard them grimace about how much they pay for parking, and then eventually the Senate decided to subsidize their parking. In this bill, we're repealing the requirement for the Senate parking to be paid for out of the parking fund, and now it will be paid for out of the general fund. So, I mean, self-serve, self-serve, self-serve. That's the theme of this bill. If you vote on this bill, you will be voting to fund the debt service payments for a $500 million state office building, period. It's in here. Starts on page 25, line 25. And not only that, it'll fund any other thing that the majority party in the legislature wants to fund. And it won't require a vote by the legislature at all, ever again. That's what this provision does. Is this amendment germane to this bill? Absolutely. It's germane all over the place. But if you don't want to vote on it, you can pretend like it's not. You have the votes. You can say it's not germane. But when you take the vote to call this not germane, you're taking the vote. That is the vote to fund the state office building. And it's in here. You already, I disagree with Representative Robbins. You already voted on it once. You've already voted to fund the state office building once. Every member did in the original language. And you're voting to fund the debt service in this bill. But I just want everybody to be really clear, if you haven't read the exact bill, that's what this provision does. Section 7 of this bill, page 25, line 25, that's the language that will cover the debt service to pay for the $500 million state office building. $500 million. More than 5 times what they spent on the Senate office building. I hope you've got a provision that we don't have to pay for the parking like the Senate doesn't have to. That's in the repealers if you're looking for it. This is absolutely germane, and you can't hide from it. You can't pretend like if we call something out of order, we're not going to really have to vote on it. I've gotten really good over the years at looking for the fine print, and it's right here. It's the open and standing appropriation that will let you spend whatever state dollars you want to on anything you want moving forward with no vote of the legislature. That's what this language says. So just so all members know, an open and standing appropriation is in this bill, and it will absolutely pay for the $500 million state office building. That's what it's here for. So you want to call her out of order? Do that. That's fine. You vote for this bill, you'll be voting to fund the state office building. That's what this language does. Just so everybody's clear on that. Page 25, line 25. And not just the state office building, but any other thing that your leadership could dream that they want to pay for. That's what this language pays for. Anything with no vote of the legislature ever needed again in the future. Ever. It'll pay for anything you want with no vote of the legislature ever. That's what an open and standing appropriation does. Read the language.
Further discussion on the appeal to the ruling of the Speaker. I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, I'm now going to ask some questions, and I would ask if the chair would yield. Chair Cleavorn.
She will yield. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Cleavorn, can you tell us what chapters of law are mentioned on line 2.4 of your bill?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Mr. Speaker, 2.4 references 16A, 16.1286, 16A.152, 16B.97.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we were just told by in the point of order that it has to be ruled out of order because 16B is not in the bill, and the chair actually just recited for us that 16B is in the bill, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you and I don't always agree on a lot, but you have made some fair judgments in the past. 16B is in the bill. I wish that we would have maybe dwelt a little bit longer on there and you hadn't pre-conferred the idea because it's right there. It's just been referenced. Would Chair Nelson yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Nelson, you and I, again, enjoy a very good relationship. When you were the chair of State Government Finance, was or was not this provision of law in the State Government Finance Bill, and was or was not the movement on the State Office Building in your bill?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My memory, which is getting fading all the time, but my memory, I believe, yes, it was last year in last year's bill, but that doesn't mean that it's in this year's bill.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I appreciate the honesty of my colleagues saying that they recognize that both 16B is in the bill, and that's for those who are now just getting copies of the bill. It's on line 2. Or page 2, line 2.4. And Chair Nelson, thank you again for letting everyone know that was in the bill. I was on the conference committee. It was being discussed in conference committee. So members and Mr. Speaker, I don't know what to say on something that is as incontrovertible as this. It's right there, black and white. The chapter of law is in this bill. It is completely germane to the conversation. Representative Robbins's amendment is well within the boundaries for this bill. Ruling this out of order was premature, and I want to give members a chance. You've now heard from two of your chairs, one, that this chapter of law is in the bill, two, the previous chair, that this very issue that we're talking about was in the last state government finance bill. I don't know how much more clear you need it when two of your own chairs admit to the fact that, one, the chapter of law is in the bill, and two, it had been dealt with previously. So I would ask that we overrule the ruling of the Speaker, and I think we have a roll call on that. Once again, members, if you're going to present the notion of being fair-minded and being an integrity person, having the ability to look your constituents in the face and say, you know what, when presented with obvious germaneness, I did overrule the ruling of my own Speaker. I would encourage you to do that. It's as clear as it could possibly be. Thank you.
Further discussion to the appeal to the ruling of the Speaker. I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand off for advice that this is a very germane amendment dealing with the capital area renovation. I would point members and the Speaker to 14.14, Section 12 of the bill, capital area. Deals with the Architectural and Planning Board. Even allocate some money in that portion of the bill. I would point members to page 55.5. Find that for you here. And as I'm looking that up, did you know that Democrats are raising taxes about $10 billion this session? 55.5, the chair of the Capital Area Architectural Board and Planning Board, or the chair's designees. This relates and makes it germane and relevant to Representative Robbins' amendment. Section 57 is on page 60, line 60.27. Section 57 talks about the Capitol Mall design and framework. And Representative Klevorn, members, you can't have an honest discussion without looking at those couple points that I made for you and say that Representative Robbins' amendment that deals with capital area renovation is not included or germane or discussed in this bill. And coincidentally, the way that we got ourselves into the situation of spending over $500 million to renovate the state office building without having to take a vote on it is because we did some dark of night type maneuvers a couple sessions ago, and we circumvented the rules that we established for ourselves, and we never had a third reading on the tax bill here in the House. Think about that. We circumvent our rules, and the taxpayers of Minnesota pay. You're looking to circumvent the rules and claim that this amendment is not germane. On this particular issue, we circumvented the rules and didn't have third reading on a tax bill at the end of session that dealt with the state office building renovations and spending $500 million now that this legislature never really fully approved because you broke the rules that we established for ourselves so you wouldn't have to be honest with the taxpayers of Minnesota. Recently in the tax committee, we had representatives talking about how honest they are, claiming that they didn't ask certain provisions, certain policy, and advocate for certain policy during the campaign. But we need to be honest with the taxpayers of Minnesota, and Representative Robbins brings up a good amendment to highlight that Minnesotans should be more aware and know what the legislature's up to, and we're trying to circumvent that, put a little shade on her amendment, push it in the dark of night that we don't want to take the vote. Just like you didn't want to take the vote to spend over $500 million to renovate the state office building, but now you're just going to break the rules. The majority party
Point of
wants
order,
to break.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Jordan, state your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, under Mason's 101, personalities and motives are not permitted in debate. Saying things like Democrats want to do this is certainly impugning the motives of members, and I ask you to ask members to refrain from that.
Members, I'll remind you that the question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? I will also remind you that under our custom and usage, we are required to confine our remarks to the question before the House and avoid personalities. Representative Kozak, please continue your remarks, confining them to the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker, not members' motives, and not why members may or may not be doing something. Representative Kozak, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I understand that your side of the aisle may not want to recognize the truth of this, but you're raising taxes, you're trying to use the rules. This is a totally germane amendment that's germane to this bill, and you're trying to use the rules so that you don't have to vote on it. If that hurts your feelings, if it offends you, it offends Minnesotans. You're raising taxes by $10 billion, egregious spending, and this is what happens when you break the rules. And members, this can be easily fixed. Just take the vote. It's germane to the bill. I pointed out 4 points in the bill, at least, that discuss this very amendment and that topic. We've discussed it in the State Government Finance Committee. It's very germane. Simply just, if you don't like the amendment, vote it down. That's no problem.
Point of order,
Members,
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is
Representative
completely
Long, state
germane.
your point of order.
Mason's 124, motives of a member. It is not whether a member likes the amendment or doesn't like the amendment. We should be talking about the substance of the amendment and advice to the body on the ruling of the Speaker.
Representative Kozik, refrain from evoking the motives of members and confine your remarks to the question before us, which is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? Representative Koznick.
Mr. Speaker, as the members are trying to determine if they should overrule the ruling of the Speaker respectfully to you, they need to be truthful and recognize that this bill contains provisions that include the capital area renovation. That's just the truth and the facts. It's, so members, we'll see how the Democrats or the members of the body take that advice, but Mr. Speaker, I would ask you to even just appeal your own ruling, and then we can move on with the bills in front of us and the business before the body.
Further discussion on the appeal to the ruling of the Speaker. I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Cleavorn yield?
Representative Cleavorn will yield to a question. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Cleavorn, can you tell me, does the State and Local Government Committee have jurisdiction over the Department of Administration?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you. Do we have jurisdiction over the Department of Administration? We fund the Department of Administration. There are duties and responsibilities that the Department of Administration has that would be an executive function. So I think it's very important that we talk about the different roles. We fund, they execute.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Cleavorn yield to another question?
Representative Cleavorn will yield to another question. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Cleavorn, does this bill that we are working on today, does it fund and add policy provisions for the Department of Administration?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important that we understand that we fund many aspects of the administration, but there is a difference between a chapter. Well, I'm not even going to go there. May I please ask the question to be repeated?
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Cleavorn, does this bill, the underlying bill, does this fund the Department of Administration, and does it make policy changes for the Department of Administration?
Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the clarification. The answer is yes.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Cleavorn, I appreciate your transparency on that, because it's the Department of Administration who would go about not only building but bonding for the expansion of the state office building, a $500 million expense to the taxpayers of Minnesota. $500 million, that's not going to eliminate the tax on Social Security income. $500 million, that's not going to solve the crisis in our nursing homes. That's the facts, members. There are 3 different points of this very bill that specifically talk about how this language, which would be added to page 63 of this bill, is directly germane to the issue before the body in this very bill. 3 different sections. Members, those sections would be on line 2.4, like we've talked about. It would be the House of Representatives funding, which is on line 3.13, as well as, and this is going to be discussed in, I'm sure, a few more minutes, but we're literally funding and directing the Capital Area Architectural Board to do what? Work on green space on the very property where the state office building is. So to say that this is not germane is so far-fetched from reality. It's absolutely bonkers.
Further discussion on the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker. I recognize the member from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, may I suggest that we kind of back up a little bit here? I think we need to unwind this thing because we've got ourselves in a bit of a conundrum here. In the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker, obviously, and I've been up there for days and hours too in the past, Mr. Speaker, and there have been some times when I actually went against my caucus, and I heard about it for years. Still hear about some of it. But I really think if we could just catch our breath here, back up, have a totally green board up there to override the ruling of the Speaker. I know that doesn't sound like fun. It's happened to me many times. But when you look at the Robbins amendment, and you look at page 2 of the bill, line 2.4 and 2.5, 16B is clearly part of this bill. So I would suggest that we back up, vote to override the ruling of the Speaker, and then just beat the tar out of us on the Robbins amendment. Just smoke us. That's fine. But Mr. Speaker, I'm sure it's an accident, but we made a mistake here. We made a mistake. We need to back up. We need to override the ruling of the Speaker. And I know that's not easy over there. I've done it over here before. It's not a lot of fun. But if we did it with 134 members and it's all green, then nobody will know who really did it. So that would be, it would have to be red, right? Oh, don't go 130 votes green. Go 130 votes red. Back up. Beat the tar out of us, politically speaking. I would never advocate violence in any way, of course. But I can even figure this one out. Lines 2.4, 2.5, 16B. And then we could go on. And members, my biggest fear, if we don't do it the Davids way and get this corrected, I think Representative Quam's on the list, and that could go all night. Members, so let's just back up. And if we don't do that, I'll make the motion to go past midnight right now. I don't think we can do it when we're doing the ruling of the Speaker. I'll do it when we're done with that. So, members, let's vote red on the ruling of the Speaker. This one's so obvious. We know we're going to lose. We're used to that. We understand that. But have us lose in the right way. If we are going to do this to our own body here, that frankly is, I said frankly, that's what Quam always says, it's shameful. You got the votes. Just vote the Robbins Amendment down. That's fine. Well, it's not fine, but it would happen. So let's get out of this. We can do it. Do it together. Everybody vote red. I misspoke when I said everybody go green. Everybody go red. Let's back up. Then the amendment's before us. Vote how you want on the amendment. And we know how that's going to go. And we will save probably about 6 hours because I can just feel it coming on here, folks, where I have visions in my mind. I have a prophecy that's going to be like a John Deere bee pulling a 12-bottom plow. Doesn't work too good. And I don't want that, Mr. Speaker. We've got a way out of this. I just told the body how we get out of this. Let's vote red. Otherwise, I think we're going to be here for a while.
I recognize the member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Just a little housekeeping here. The appeal of the ruling of the Speaker is really not to the Speaker, it's to the members of the chamber. And I want to just point out a couple of things here. Number one, we have been here for quite a long time today. We will be here for quite a long time yet today. And we will be here for quite a long time the rest of this week and into next week. And when you write the rules and you pass the rules, but you don't follow the rules, that really gets people's angst and gets their dander up. And Mr. Speaker, I have also, like Representative Davids, been in the big boys chair, as my pastor called it, when I had him down to address and do the prayer. And he said, you know, that's kind of interesting. He said, there's a lot of pressure in that seat. And I said, yeah, there really is. I said, I don't want to make it akin to a, you know, a confession and a penance, but it's almost like that sometimes when you have to sit up there and you have to go through and you have to sometimes step back and go, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa, through my fault, through my most grievous fault. And, you know, I've also been here when Representative Davids has been presiding. And I've seen Representative Davids make mistakes. Now, I'm not going to say that when I was Speaker Pro Tem that I made mistakes, but let's just focus on Representative Davids because he was the one that brought up people making mistakes. And so, you know, Representative Davids would also have to once in a while do a mea culpa. And this one, gosh, you know, the longer we're talking about this, what have you been talking about for 20 minutes already? It's in the bill. The amendment ties in. I mean, really, you just got to take the vote. And Representative Wolgamott, you know I can't ask you a question, but sometimes you miss the strike zone. You just do. And you preside up there quite regularly, and I've agreed that Representative Davids is right, that you've made some pretty good calls over the time here. But again, I'm not appealing to you, I'm defending you, that you're doing a good job. I'm asking your members and our members in the caucus to back you and give you a second shot at the plate here and say we can dial this back and we can go ahead and vote red. We'll all just do the mea culpa, and we can move on with our business for the day. So again, in honor of Representative Davids, once in a while has apparently made a mistake when he was up there as well, we'll go ahead and we'll just ask you to all vote red, step back, and we'll start anew. Otherwise, I don't know when there's an end spot on this because, you know what, when it's there and it's like hand in glove, here you go. If it fits, you can't quit the whole thing, right? I mean, it's right there. It is right there for us, folks. We don't have a choice. And if we want to preserve the integrity of this chamber and preserve the integrity of this institution, we just got to step back, do the right thing on here. I'm also, going to do a little shout out here to our front desk staff. They work quite hard around here, and they're going to be here for hours after we are. Why are we needlessly dragging this on? We just vote on this, do the right thing, and move forward because they're help us with parliamentary inquiries and parliamentary procedures, and they advise the speaker. And so I just say we do the right thing, members, and just vote red, and let's step back and let's just do it again and move forward here. We're going to be having a recess coming up here pretty shortly, and who knows? We may have recessed and have to come back and decide to come up with some more reasons why we need to continue this conversation tonight. So let's just do the right thing and step back and go back to the batter's box and swing for the fences, doing the right thing here. Thank you, members. Again, a red vote. And Mr. Speaker, again, we've all been there. It can happen to the best of us.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I was up there when I was a freshman. They didn't let me back. I'm not sure why. But I've sat through a lot of these. I've been on the majority, and I discovered a mistake, and we were able to overturn the ruling of the Speaker because I haven't shied away from sometimes you do the right thing because that's what the rules are. I'm a boring person that way. I think you can just say, hey, we didn't realize until after we had the review, the discussion, looked at it, the bill, and confirmed that it was relevant and was germane. Because oftentimes, it's not a small bill. It's easy to, I didn't think that was in there. Okay. We discovered, we had the back and forth, discovered that it's in there, it's relevant, and let's just say, hey, it's relevant because part of my advice to you is we're televised. The citizens of the state, they can realize, oh, well, it is in there. So why aren't they voting on it? And frankly, I don't see a reason why we can't overturn this, have a little more debate, vote on it, and move on. And that's what the citizens watching us would expect. So my advice is to realize, oh, we discovered something new, and we're deciding with that new information to do this. Because I get a lot, I'm not sure about all of you, I get a lot of communication, text, different apps where people contact me and, say, hey, good job, or what were you thinking? Usually it's the good job. But the people watch, and they're trying to understand their government. And they don't understand us going back and forth like this when it's pretty straightforward that it's germane. And if you've got the votes to vote it down, then vote it down. That's what democracy is. But democracy is also built around rules. And I don't get upset with a person when we disagree on an issue because it's the issue. We're adults here, and we can look at and make the appropriate decisions. So my advice is, we heard new information. We should overrule the determination with this new information, go on to the debate, and maybe get out of here before midnight. So that's my advice. Thank you.
Further discussion on the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker. I will remind members that we are not offering advice. We offer advice on points of order. I ruled on Representative Jordan's point of order, and so it is not advice. We are debating the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker. I recognize the member from Sibley, Representative Harder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Chair Cleavorn stand for a question?
Representative Cleavorn, will you yield to a question? She will yield. Representative Harder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's pretty clear to me that 16B is on line 2.4, and it's on twice, 2.5. And Chair Cleavorn has been very fair in committee, and I appreciate that. So my question is, can you tell me if you see 16B in line 2.34?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do see 16B, but I do not see .2406. The standard nomenclature of chapter includes sections, and so I do not see 16B.2406 in the bill.
Representative Harder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking right at the bill. It's on page 2, line 2.34. And it does have 16B there, unless I'm not reading it correctly, but it does say 16.B. Sorry, 16B. Thank you.
Further discussion on the appeal to the ruling of the Speaker. I recognize the member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also would ask members of this body to overrule the ruling of the Speaker. This is exceptionally straightforward. I'm actually a little flabbergasted, and I understand it. It happens in the heat of the moment. When the video cameras are on, it's tough to go back on yourself when you've made a ruling. That's what the legislature, that's what us members, us 134 House folks here on the House floor, it's job to do, is to take a look at it, if you understand a strike zone is 17 inches wide. It's from about the numbers here to your knees. And it's obvious, these legal-sized papers are 14 inches wide, multiple times over will fit in the strike zone. Not only does this amendment physically fit in a strike zone that this is ready to go on this bill, but from a numerical standpoint, from a chapter standpoint, it also is. The question before the body is whether or not 16B is addressed in the amendment and 16B is addressed in the bill. And Representative Koznick, Representative Harder, Representative Davids has mentioned 3 or 4 times that 16B is indeed in the amendment, right here, right on page 2. 2.3, 4, 17, 27. Folks, if it helps, we could take some cloth and put it over the camera so no one sees it happening. We're fine. This isn't about publicity. This is about doing what's right for Minnesotans. Right? This appeal to the Speaker, whether or not to overrule the ruling of the Speaker, is not about. It is not about whether or not Democrats are spending $17.5 billion. It's not about whether or not we're raising taxes by $10 billion on Minnesotans and business owners across this state. And this appeal to ruling to the Speaker is especially not about how Democrats passed the blackout bill that will raise electrical costs per family $3,900. It's not about that. It's about whether or not 16B is in the bill or 16B is in the amendment. Representative Robbins, I thank you. I appreciate your concern for the taxpayer. The blackout bill will cause darkness. Whether or not you vote red or green will mean you want to bring this discussion into the light of whether or not this is what our constituents, the 40,000 plus people that we each represent in our districts, do they deserve to have this conversation? Absolutely. This isn't about the dark of night. It's 6 o'clock. Let's vote red. Let's have this conversation out in the open. Let's overrule the Speaker. We appreciate the job you're doing. But we don't all have perfect days. We have an opportunity to hear people. 16B. Is it germane to the bill? Absolutely. I spoke a little earlier about the size of the strike zone. 17 inches wide. From here to here. That's what the Twins get. The Twins get a strike zone that big when it comes to what is called a ball and a strike. This is a strike. This is not a ball. You have a choice today to choose whether it's going to be a strike zone for an amoeba, which is really small, or just doing what's right for the 40,000 people that you represent. I used to represent House District 16A before redistricting. And this amendment is in 16B. Vote red.
Further discussion on the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker. I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This really should be a pretty simple thing. If you just read the text of Rule 3.21, that a motion or proposition on a subject different from that under consideration must not be admitted under guise of it being an amendment. A motion, amendment, or other proposition offered to the House is out of order if it is not germane to the matter under consideration. So what we're trying to figure out is whether this amendment is of the same subject or a subject different from what's under consideration, and whether it is germane. And members, I want to also draw our attention to Mason's Rule 120, the equality of members in debate, which says members must not be permitted by their conduct to deny to others what they claim for themselves. Members, the provision that we are looking at amending, the provision that Representative Robbins is trying to amend out of current law, was put into law because the majority party claimed for itself that that provision was germane to the funding of state government in an omnibus bill that funded state government in the exact same way that this omnibus bill funds state government. If this were to go before the Minnesota Supreme Court as to whether that omnibus bill, I think it was Senate File 1 in the special session in 2021, whether that was a violation of the single subject rule, under Otto versus Wright County, the Minnesota Supreme Court would apply a germaneness test to decide whether it met the single subject rule. And I think the state would win in defending that lawsuit, because the Minnesota Supreme Court would say that the addition of 16B.2406 was germane to the state government omnibus bill, the analogous state government omnibus bill that this body passed in the 2021 special session. But it's even more simple than that if you just look at the section of statute that the Robbins Amendment is trying to repeal. And I encourage members, if you have an open mind and are concerned about the future of this institution and whether rules are going to be applied equally across both sides of the aisle, to pull up section 16B.2406, which is the statute that the Robbins Amendment is attempting to repeal. Section 16B.2406, again, passed as part of a state government omnibus bill in a special session, has a few subdivisions. Subdivision 1 creates a capital area building account. The second sentence of that says, the Commissioner of Management and Budget shall. So we're referencing a state agency and giving them a duty. The Commissioner of Management and Budget. Guess which bill that's before us today, that's before us in this session, is the bill that the Commissioner of Management and Budget needs us to pass in order to do this duty? It's this bill. The Commissioner of Management and Budget shall. The statute creates a duty for the Commissioner of Management and Budget that the Commissioner of Management and Budget needs operational funds to be able to do. And this is the bill that funds that. So when we strike this provision, we are changing the duties and obligations of the Commissioner of Management and Budget, which is directly relevant to our funding today of the Commissioner of Management and Budget. A little further down, the subdivision 2. In subdivision 1, in section C, it references things that the Commissioner of Administration must do. Again, when we impose in statutes duties on the Commissioner of Administration, the only way the Commissioner of Administration has the ability, the operating funds to perform those, is when we appropriate them the funds to do it. This is the bill that does that. So when we're talking about increasing or decreasing the duties of the Commissioner of Administration, the operations of the Commissioner of Administration, that is relevant to this bill where we're funding the Commissioner of Administration. Subdivision 2 also imposes or gives powers to the Commissioner of Administration that they may enter into a long-term lease purchase agreement. The Commissioner of Management and Budget may issue public or private lease revenue bonds or certificates of participation. That's in Subdivision 2. The Commissioner of Administration in Subdivision 2C, again, may enter into a ground lease. The Commissioner of Management and Budget in F, again, these are the entities that the provision that Representative Robbins, the statutory provision that she's trying to strike, they are all actors that we are giving them their operational funding in this bill. It is relevant to their funding what duties we are imposing on them on statute and what duties we're taking away, such as by the Robbins Amendment. The capital area building account and the capital area architecture board, the capital area architectural and planning board, is also referenced in section 16B.2406. Where are we funding the capital area architectural and planning board? In this bill. The legislature is referenced in Section 16B.2406, obligations of the legislature. Where are we funding the legislature? In this bill. So members, when Representative Nelson brought forward a bill in the last special session and included this provision in it, it was germane to that bill because the legislature was funding the entities that we were giving powers and duties to. And now, in the bill where we are funding the Department of Management and Budget, the Department of Administration, the Capital Area Architectural Board, and the legislature, it is certainly relevant to that bill, as Representative Robbins is suggesting that we do, that we strike the statute that gives all of those entities some certain powers and duties to do the work of Minnesota state government. So again, this is really simple. It's going to be about whether rules apply equally to both sides. Does Rule 3.21, does the germaneness requirement, a germaneness requirement that's not exactly the same but very similar to the single subject rule in our Constitution, does that apply equally to both sides? Or does the majority get to put provisions in bills on one subject, and then when the minority on the same subject matter tries to do a similar amendment, that the germaneness standard is different? That's what this is about. That's why Mason's 120 says that members should not deny to other members equality in debate. The rules should apply equally on both sides of the aisle. And if the rules apply equally on both sides of the aisle, we are going to overrule the ruling of the Speaker. That is what we as a body must do. If rules are not going to apply equally across the aisle, then don't. Then don't. But that's the message that's sent. Please vote to overrule the ruling of the Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I request a call of the House and request a roll call.
Representative Robbins requests a call of the House. Seeing 10 hands, the clerk will take the roll.
Okay, thanks.
The clerk will close the roll. Members, we are on discussion of the appeal to the ruling of the Speaker. I recognize the member from Clay, Representative Joy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this is pretty simple. We all make mistakes. There's been mistakes made everywhere. You know, Robbins offering this is a great, Representative Robbins, this is good. It's in the bill. You look, you can see 16B all over. You know, people make mistakes. You take your hits and you just deal with it. You know, we got to vote no on this. You know, through this body this year, we've made different options on how we think laws should be wrote. We said felons should get their voting rights back. They made mistakes. We gave them their voting rights back. The other side of the aisle decided that. You know, when you read through this and you continue to see 16B, and I questioned this when I saw it, and then I got the bill and opened it up and read it. It's really in front of us. It's easy. I don't understand why we're taking all this time tonight when we got a few bills ahead of us and a few amendments. I was excited to get to my amendment, but I guess I'll speak on this too if we have to. Let's get past this. Let's vote red and get done with this. Let's get moving on other stuff. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Impeccable timing, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. So here we are again, debating the ruling of the Speaker. Germaneness. Let's talk about germaneness because, you know, it was discouraging. I won't say who, but I heard someone explain to me the definition of germaneness. Now, the definition here, let's look at this. Rule 3.21 in our permanent rules of the House, it says motions and propositions must be germane. A motion or a proposition on a subject different from that under consideration must not be admitted under guise of its being an amendment. A motion, amendment, or other proposition offered to the House is out of order if it is not germane to the matter under consideration. Whether a proposition is germane to the matter under consideration is a question to be decided by the presiding officer, who may put the question to the House. The definition of germaneness I had offered to me by someone who will remain nameless was that germaneness is in the eye of the majority. Do I have everybody's attention? Germaneness is whatever you want it to be, I guess. That discourages me because I try to be a man of integrity. I try to surround myself with people of integrity. And maybe I'll get ruled out of order for this, but just because you don't like something, you rule it germane, that certainly is not integrity. Representative Robbins' voice is being silenced here tonight. And Representative Robbins, I am sorry that is happening. Because I'm looking at this and I think it's germane all day long. I mean, right here on page 2, I see 16B listed a bunch of times here. Being ruled out of order because you don't like what she has to say. I'm going to read for you. Let's do this. Let's go right to the amendment here. Hopefully that's okay that I read that. Let's go page 63, and I apologize. I had it pulled up. Someone messed with my papers. It was probably me. Page 63, line 24, but let's look at line 13, 63:13, and let's just see if this is germane, because to me this is really common sense. 63.13, Section 60, repealer. Subdivision 1, state emblems redesign. I won't read all of that. 63.17, subdivision 2, evergreen fire hall polling place. Line 63.19, subdivision 3, compensation council. 63.21, subdivision 4, parking garage debt service waiver. 63.23, subdivision 5, strategic and long-range planning. And the amendment would add in, after line 24, right there, strategic and long-range planning, da-da-da-da-da, I won't read all that. Subdivision 6, capital area renovation. Gosh, that sure sounds germane to me. I mean, that's pretty smooth, actually. That's where it should be. Thank you, Representative Robbins, for this amendment. Your voice is being silenced tonight. Last time I stood up and spoke against the ruling of the Speaker, I whipped out all these rules. Well, looky here. I got the Minnesota Constitution in front of me. under the section where it talks about the legislature and the powers of the legislature, which Representative Robbins has. She's a voice for her district and the tens of thousands of people that voted for her, and being a representative of the ones who didn't as well. I correct myself. She's representative of her entire district. Her voice is being silenced. So guess what? That means her whole district's voice is being silenced because of something you don't like. Germaneness is in the eye of the majority. Minnesota Constitution, Section 8 here. Of Article 4, Oath of Office. Each member and officer of the legislature, before entering upon his duties, shall take an oath or affirmation to support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of this state, and to discharge faithfully the duties of his office to the best of his judgment and ability. Mr. Speaker, would Representative Robbins yield for a question?
I'm sorry, Representative Davis, would you please repeat that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will repeat that. Mr. Speaker, would Representative Robbins yield for a question?
Representative Robbins will yield for a question. Representative Davis.
Representative Robbins, as a representative of your district on this House chamber, on January 3rd, did you take an oath of office?
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I did.
Representative Davis.
Thank you for that, Representative Robbins. Would Representative Robbins continue to yield?
Representative Robbins will continue to yield. Representative Davis, I will remind you that under Mason's 101, debate must be confined to the question before the body. Representative Davis.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for that reminder. I just have one more question for her.
Representative Davis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you consider yourself a voice for the people in your district?
Representative Robbins.
Yes, it is my great privilege to represent my district.
Representative Davis.
Thank you for that answer, Representative Robbins. She is a voice for her district. And if we're going to have integrity in this chapter, or in this chamber, let's overturn the ruling of the Speaker this evening, because it's wrong to silence the voice of a member of this chamber when it's clearly germane, when it's clearly within the rules. I would ask that you would not pull this just because you don't want to hear about it. Especially at a time when Minnesotans are hurting. We should not be silencing the voice of representatives in this House chamber. I've said this before. These rules are sacred. This House chamber is sacred. But I will tell you that silencing a member of this chamber is not sacred. She is their voice, and she's come here. She's been elected to do a job, and she's trying to do her job. Members, let's vote to overturn the ruling of the Speaker. Thank you.
Further discussion on the Dameth appeal of the ruling of the Speaker. I recognize the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to agree with my colleagues on this side of the aisle. Yeah, we need to overturn this ruling here. And I guess I want to start with a good reason why. You know, since January 3rd, when we all got here, the DFL has been telling us when session is, when we got to be down here, when I got to leave northern Minnesota, when committee is. You've written every single bill that's come to the House floor. And when we do that, what comes along with it means that we have one opportunity to offer any amendments or any of our bills if they are listed in the sections of law, the chapters of law that are in that bill. Well, Representative Robbins' amendment is in that chapter of law. It's right here. We can't bend the rules as the majority. You can't do that to say that, oh, we just don't want to take a vote on this. Stand on your merit. You wrote the bill. This chapter of law was in there. Our caucus, Representative Robbins, saw this, wrote an amendment that was germane to this bill, and wanted to bring it before the body for a vote. Out of respect for this institution, out of respect for this chamber, out of respect for the people that came before us and the people that will come after us, we need to appeal this. I mean, really think about that. There is a House DFL majority. You can make every single decision in this chamber. Just take the vote. Think of all that could be averted right now if we would have just taken the vote rather than ruling this out of order and trying to bend the rules. The rules are all that bind us. It's so incredibly important to remember that. And when we talk about, people making sure that they trust their elected officials and that they support what their government is doing, it is not a good look for a majority party to be breaking the rules. That is not a good message to send back to all of our constituents. Because then where's that faith and trust in government? If people don't have faith and trust in government, then why are we even here? We need to restore that, and that's not a partisan thing. So again, the majority party is running the place. You're telling us when we have to be here, when we have to go to committee, when I can go home and see my family, when I can come back down here. This bill today opened this chapter of law up. One of our members came here wanting to hear something that her constituents have been talking to her about. Not just her constituents, a lot of our constituents have been talking about this. So let's take the vote, let's have the discussion, and then we can keep moving on. But to muddy up the process by bending and breaking rules that have been in place, again, long before we got here, and will be in place long after we're all gone, is the wrong thing to do. It's the wrong precedent to set. We are all in this chamber, we're all better than that. And it's our job, as the majority too. The majority needs to hold the minority accountable, just like the minority holds the majority accountable. That's how this place is supposed to work. So we're going to vote no on this, we're going to appeal this, we're going to get back to this amendment, we're going to have the discussion, and we're going to take the vote. Because when we signed up with the Secretary of State to run for office, we said we were going to take votes for the people that sent us down here, not shy away from them based on how we wanted to bend a rule book. That's not having any integrity. I want to thank Representative Davis for saying that. It's critically important. Morals, character, integrity, your word, that all matters. There's a great line my dad always said to me when I was growing up about that. What's the one thing in this world that nobody ever can take away from you? Once it's gone forever. Members, it's your word. Can't lose your word. Once it's gone, and if it's mud, it's mud. We're not going to bend and break the rules today. We're not going to go back on our word and have our faith and trust that our constituents put on us when they voted for every single one of us to be here. It's okay. Mistakes happen. It's been a long day already. We got longer days ahead of us. I get it. We're human. We make mistakes. But if we're also human, it takes time to make sure we have the humility and the grace to admit when we're wrong and to take a step back. That's where we have this appeal process and have the discussion like we should. And that's what I'm asking for today. That's what our caucus is asking for today. And I think we all know it's the right decision to make. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Martin, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These rule fights get me all jazzed and ready to go. I just want to kind of look into the future. Most of you know I've been here for maybe like 6 minutes. I did experience one term before, and I did see a couple things. And so I feel as though I'm like that old Nordic seer, Bjorn Olsen, who can look into the future of the next couple days and see what's going to happen depending on how we proceed right at this very moment. All right, let me paint the picture for you. What happened 2 years ago is we had these amendments that were absolutely germane to the bill. You had a public safety omnibus bill, and you had amendments that were pertaining to public safety. And someone on the other side of the aisle in the majority party would stand up and say, Madam Speaker, point of order, this is not germane to the bill. And then we would have this really long fight in which it was very impassioned, and I get really excited about it. And then guess what happens? We vote to overturn the ruling of the Speaker, and we lost. And then we brought another one. And, Madam Speaker, point of order, this is not germane to the bill unless it can't be in there. And so we had another long fight, and I get so excited about it, and then we lost. And that's what's going to happen. In the next couple days, we're going to bring forward amendments, things that we're truly attempting to make this state a better place by inserting into these omnibus bills. We're going to bring forward these amendments. We're going to say, hey, here's a great idea, or at least we think it's a great idea. If you don't think it's a great idea, then vote against it. Don't vote for it. If you vote for it, that means you're for it. And if you vote against it, that means you're against it. But if you just arbitrarily come up with some rule and say, yeah, it's not in the bill, so it's not germane, you can't do that. You can't break your own rules. Now, let me just explain to you some of these rules here. I've got our current rule book here. 93rd session, the state of Minnesota, 2023 and 24. All right, rule here. 3.21, motions and propositions must be germane. A motion or proposition of a subject different from that under consideration must not be admitted under the guise of it being an amendment. A motion, amendment, or other proposition offered to the House is out of order if it is not germane to the matter under consideration. Okay, so understand that when you're reading this, it says on a subject different from that under consideration. A subject different. Now, members, I have a really long list here of subjects that are included in this bill. I'll read some of them for you. So this bill is a bill for an act relating to state government. Okay, oh, wait a second. I think this amendment relates to state government. Okay, so there. It appropriating money for the legislature, certain constitutional offices, certain boards, okay, maybe it doesn't fit there. Offices, isn't that what we're getting? We're getting new offices. Okay. Agencies, oh, that might fit in there. Councils, I don't know if it fits in councils. Departments, I think it fits there. Commissions, maybe. Maybe not societies. Maybe not centers. Minnesota State Retirement System, I don't think it has anything to do with that. I'll give you that, majority. I'll give you that. It's not germane to that one subject about retirement. All right, there's a lot of things in here. But members, what I think really puts the icing on the cake for just how absolutely gross this violation of the rule is, if you recall, in 2021, we in fact had a bill for an act relating to state government. We had one of these 2 years ago, and it appropriated money for the state of Minnesota. It was called the State and Local Government Omnibus Bill. And as we were here on this floor, the chair at the time stood up and had an amendment that was then inserted into the state government finance bill. You know what that amendment was, members? That amendment was exactly the language that Representative Robbins is attempting to take out. It was the exact same bill. It was an omnibus bill for state and local government, in which the chair brought it forward, and it was not determined to be out of order. It was actually germane. The same bill. That amendment going into the bill was germane, but somehow taking it out is not germane. And I'm confused about that. Because if it was germane going in, it should be germane coming out. That's a little confusing. But then I have this idea. I thought, wait a second. Maybe they changed the rules between last session and this session regarding germaneness. Well, members, I so happen to have my old rule book from last session. This one is the state of Minnesota, 92nd session, 2021 to 2022. And so I'm looking in this rule book, and I'm just looking, and we'll do a little comparison here. I'll just open it up real quick. Comparison report, 3.21. Oh, I see 3.21, okay. Motions and propositions must be germane. Okay, that's word for word there. And then there's a parentheses and a lowercase a, and then a closing parentheses. Okay, they're both there. It says, a motion or proposition on a subject different from that under consideration must not be admitted under guise of it being an amendment. Okay, same. A motion, amendment, or other proposition offered to the House is out of order if it is not germane to the matter under consideration. Whether a proposition is germane to the matter under consideration is a question to be decided by the presiding officer who may put the question to the House. I think he maybe should have put the question to the House, but members, the rules were the exact same. The only difference is that the amendment that was putting it in was delivered by the majority, and the amendment to pull it out is from the minority. That's the only thing that I can come to a conclusion about. The idea that it's not within this bill, the state government, a bill for the act relating to state government, appropriating money for the legislature, certain constitutional offices, and a whole bunch. It's actually like, man, I can't really do a lot of math here on the fly, but that is a lot. That's a lot of lines. That's like 87 lines of things within this bill. Maybe one or two off. Maybe one or two lines off, members. I'm a history teacher, so math is not my strong suit. But members, I think it's absolutely vital to you today to ensure that you're going to follow your own rules, the rules that we all voted on, to ensure that if something is actually within the subject, and it is in fact germane, you can't just say it's not germane, because what will happen, members, is this will happen again and again and again and again. And I'm just standing here with a smile on my face because I really enjoy this. I really do. The Old Norse seer Bjorn Olsen says, the next week is going to look really, really fun. We're going to sit here and things won't be germane, but they will be germane. And then they won't be germane again, and they will be germane, and I will stand here and I will tell you what old seer Bjorn Olsen said in the Old Norse. Because this is going to be a really long haul, members, a really long haul. But I do have one piece. I know we're not doing advice anymore, Mr. Speaker, but if I could be indulged here, the piece of advice that I would give to the majority in this instance, when we're talking about germaneness, there's one way in which you can ensure that a bill will always have a very fine strike zone of germaneness is if you actually were to open your Constitution of the State of Minnesota rule book here and read Article 4, Section 17, laws to embrace only one subject. No law shall embrace more than one subject, which shall be expressed in its title. Members, if you want to get away with something for nothing, then make it a one single subject bill. And if you're not going to do that, which I assume based off of this monstrosity of, I don't even know how many pages this is. Good thing it's numbered. This is a long one. 6R, that's not a number. 73 pages? 75, 175. So if you're going to continue with monstrosities about 175 to 200 pages, you're going to have to follow your own rules. And your rules say that if it's in there, it's in there. So follow your own rules, or we're going to have a really fun time. Because I can talk for a long time, and I think a lot of individuals on both sides of the aisle remember how long I can in fact talk. But I won't do that today, Mr. Speaker, because I believe that you're going to do the right thing here, and you're going to overturn the ruling of the Speaker this one time to ensure that we follow our rules, because they're not just guidelines. You know, that's the pirate code from the Pirates of the Caribbean. They're not just guidelines. Our rules are important. So vote as if they are important. Overturn the ruling of the Speaker.
Further discussion to the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker. I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we put up a call to the House, and we did that in order to focus attention, because this decision that we're about to make over whether or not we're going to overrule the ruling of the Speaker is a decision being made by all of us, as was pointed out earlier by Representative O'Driscoll. And it really is an expression of what our values are, what we believe about this institution, and whether or not the institution is more important than other concerns. And I look at a moment like this, it's very easy, I imagine, from your perspective, to look at this as just another rules fight, like the many we've had this session. Just another technical debate, another series of minority floor speeches. But it's more than that. This is an opportunity to provide a sense of hope for the state of Minnesota. And I've experienced this during this session where there's been this kind of roller coaster ride, at least in my experience, this roller coaster ride where the highs are moments of hope and the lows are pits of cynicism. And if I were to prescribe different observations to those two different extremes, the peaks of hope and the pits of cynicism, the moments of hope have been moments like when we have these all green boards. All green boards, sometimes when that's not what was expected, right? Sometimes there's an expectation that there's going to be vigorous disagreement, as there often is on this floor. But sometimes we're able to come together. Sometimes we're able to have conversations. I overhear them in the retiring room, in the hallways, in committee rooms. Sometimes I'm privy to them. Sometimes I'm part of the conversations where it sounds like we might actually be listening to each other. We might actually be learning from one another. We might actually be making a provision better as a result of working together. And we've heard members rise on this floor and say as much, testify to the fact that they've had good, positive working relationships with members from the other side of the aisle and done good work and passed good law. In fact, we saw it today with the Veterans Bill. Those are the moments that give me hope. Moments like in public safety, in the Public Safety Committee, where we've heard a number of bills that, and Representative Frazier can attest to this, a number of bills that have definitely challenged my worldview, definitely challenged my preconceptions, challenged my lived experience. And I could have chosen to react to that with the defensiveness that comes with ignorance, right? When you haven't encountered something before, and one of the fears is having your lack of knowledge exposed, you can become defensive. I could have chosen that, but instead, I've chosen to entertain the possibility there might be things that I don't know. There might be experiences that are instructive that I could benefit from entertaining. And that as a result of that, and my purpose in doing that, it's not political. My purpose in doing that is that I actually, strangely enough, care about making this state a better place to live. And I take the responsibility of truly representing people, and not just people in my district, but representing not just the current living people of the state of Minnesota. This is an exercise of sustainability. It's a word we like to use quite a bit, sustainable. And implicit in that is this kind of relay race that we're engaged in, where we're taking the baton from generations that came before us, and we're passing it to generations still being raised up and yet born. And the continuity there is built upon institutions. It's built upon relationships, it's built upon traditions, it's built upon rules, and it's built upon trust. And the choice that we're about to make here on this question, the question of whether or not to overrule the Speaker on this issue of the germaneness of the Robbins Amendment to the underlying bill, when you put it like that, it sounds wonky and technical and perhaps inconsequential. But the effect of this is a brick in the wall of trust that we can either insert and ensure that it's properly laid, or we can neglect and further weaken the structure of trust. And that structure has been weakened. It's been weakened during this session. It's been weakened in recent decades. It's been weakened in recent generations. We call it polarization. But what we really mean is an erosion of trust amongst neighbors, amongst residents and citizens of the state and the country. And people have eyes, they have minds, they can see. When they see that the referee is always calling calls that only benefit one team over the other, regardless of the merits of those calls, it's reasonable to suspect that the rules might not be being adjudicated fairly. And when that's the consistent outcome, we're consistently seeing the rules misapplied or applied in such a way that only benefits the majority at the expense of the minority. You do it once, it's, that's politics. You do it twice, you go, well, here they go again. You start seeing it as often as we've seen it this session, and I can't speak to previous sessions, but I've been here this session. You see it as often as we've seen it, as often as I've seen it as a first-term member. You start to go down in that pit of cynicism. And I don't like that place. Up here, the peak of hope, that's a place where I start to imagine how we could actually get some things done, how we could actually make some meaningful, generational change in not just policy, not just ideological trajectory towards somebody's political ideal of how the state ought to be, but change in the quality of our relationships as residents of the state of Minnesota. Change in the extent to which we trust one another. And you know how you do that? You do it by what I talked about earlier. You do it by taking a look at the actual merits of the point that's before you and calling balls and strikes. Not looking at it through the lens of, does this help my party or doesn't it? Not looking at it through the lens of, will my leadership be upset with me if I go the other way? But looking at it through the lens of what is right and what is wrong, what is good for the long term, what is sustainable, what is going to set up future legislatures, future sessions, to be able to operate, function properly. What is going to give people who are out there watching and reviewing this a sense of trust that the process is working for them and not for some subset of them at the expense of the rest? And the answer to that is that you take something that, as has been stated ad nauseum, it's very, very simple. The rule in question, 3.21, we'll state it again, a motion or proposition on a subject different from that under consideration must not be admitted under guise of its being an amendment. There is no reference in this rule to a chapter of law or to a particular subsection. Those are things that you are reading into it. What it says is a subject different from that under consideration. And as was masterfully noted by Representative Olson, the subject of this bill is state and local government finance and policy. That's a pretty broad subject. It encompasses, by its very design, many, many bills. And it actually addresses a section of the underlying bill under the heading of repealer, and oh, look at that. What does it do? It repeals something. And not just anything, not something completely irrelevant to state and local government finance. It repeals something that's very specifically relevant to what the other repealed sections of law also speak to and what the underlying bill as a whole speaks to. This amendment is germane. You know that, I know that, everybody knows that. The question is, are we going to act in accordance with what we know to be true, or are we going to act in accordance with political expediency? And that choice is going to determine which side of that roller coaster we land on tonight. Are we gonna stop at the peak of hope? Or are we gonna land in that pit of cynicism? You may have noticed, I suffer from enough cynicism. I don't need any more. I could really use some hope. And so could the people of Minnesota. Show them that we can be grown-ups. Show them that we can admit when we're wrong. Show them that we apply the rules to ourselves, not just to the other side. Show them that you're serious. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Mr. Speaker, I move a recess to the call of the Speaker until 8:45 p.m.
Representative Long moves to recess till the call of the Speaker. I recognize, Representative Damath.
Mr. Speaker, would the Majority Leader yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Damath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Majority Leader Long, we are under a call of the House. My understanding is we can't be recessed. Could you please enlighten the body and me how that actually works procedurally?
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Leader Damath. I did check on that before I made the motion, and it's my understanding that we can recess when we're under a call of the House. If you wanted to ask a point of parliamentary inquiry, I'm sure you could confirm with the Speaker, but that is my understanding.
Representative Damath.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Damath, please state your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Could you please help me understand how we can do a recess, where I can find that in the rules or in Masons, how we could do a recess during a call of the House?
Representative Damath, this actually is a non-debatable motion. It's a courtesy in case you wanted to make an announcement to the caucus. I gave you the floor, but this is a non-debatable motion. So once the House goes into recess, when we're back, we'll be under call of the House. Representative Long moves a recess to call the Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Representative Damath, this is a non-debatable motion.
Mr. Speaker.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker. I'm not debating. I'm just trying to understand where I can find in the rules or in Masons where we can do a recess when we are under call of the House.
Representative Damath, that is not a proper point of parliamentary inquiry. All those in favor of Representative Long's motion to recess, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed,
Mr.
please
Speaker,
say
I have
no.
a point of parliamentary inquiry.
The motion prevails to the House.
Mr. Speaker.